Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats, and we'd like to begin. The Welcome to Country will be performed by Harley, Rita and Michael in the Ngarrindjeri language, an endangered Aboriginal language, and will be followed by an English translation. Over to you, Harley.
Nankari Nangawalan, Nganawi Michi Rita, Iyikilnawi Michael, Iyikilnawi Harley, Ngarrindjeri Yangan. Tuldananalye, Ngarrindjeri Ruang. Ngalilanan Windamaldi, Nakwana Kona, Mimina Ngacha, Ngapalda. One Yelan Ngarrindjeri Wurawaran, Rui, Baraka, Yalawa, Wairi, Wairi Warang. Raraklan Nangala Nank, Nripan, Tumberton, Pempen Nankari Pala Nomambi, Ngarrindjeri Ruang. Ngarrindjeri Yan, Nguliado Anamank, Ngarrindjeri Ruang. Anungani. Good morning, my name is Rita, this is my brother Michael, and my brother Harley. We are Ngarrindjeri. Today we are meeting on Ngarrindjeri land. We acknowledge the Creator, ancestors, totems and elders, and the continuing spiritual and cultural connection to our lands, waters, sky and spirit world. We ask them to cleanse, to heal, and to give everyone a safe journey travelling through Ngarrindjeri country. We, the traditional learners, welcome you all to Ngarrindjeri land. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita, Michael and Harley, for that wonderful welcome to country. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, mayors, members, deputy mayors, councillors, CEOs, LGA executives, honoured guests, sponsors, delegates, welcome to the 79th Annual Conference of the Murray-Darling Association. My name is Mark Lamb, I'm the CEO of the MDA, and it's my very great privilege to be your MC for the next couple of days. The theme for this year is partnership through collaboration across the basin. We're trying to really unite the basin, one basin. We're trying to encourage a healthy future, and we are all concerned about our water security. We have that in common. I think we have more in common than we have in terms of differences. But this is a wonderful opportunity. A resilient economy and infrastructure to support it is essential to the people of the basin communities. In the same way, a healthy river system must have a balance and flow and harvest. There is no future on a dry system. Our 79th Annual Conference and AGM is your opportunity to be part of the solution, to join the conversation, to inform future policy, and to engage with the innovators, scientists, educators, and leaders of our time. Welcome to the 23 Annual Conference. I thank you all for joining today. We have a brilliant lineup of speakers, and I trust you're all looking forward to listening to their presentations. The day is a mixture of keynotes, some panel, and Q&A. Speaking of Q&A, you'll notice on your table you have a Slido sheet. For those who would like to post questions via Slido, you can actually either download the app, you can go straight to that and post questions as we go. And we'll attempt to try and take those from the floor, especially the most popular questions. For those who don't want to use Slido, I'm still happy to take questions from the floor. And we'll pass around a mic so that everyone can hear it. Also, bear in mind we are streaming, so for those who aren't able to make it for health reasons or otherwise, we will be streaming, so we'd need to try and capture that on the mic. So please wait till we get a mic to you and we'll try and capture the question. The sessions we've organised are just half the story. What you get out of today and tomorrow's depends on, as ever, what you put in. So I urge you to talk to each other, meet and make new contacts, network, talk to exhibitors, swap stories with peers, and share advice. The contacts you make today and the stories and learning points you exchange with one another will be just as valuable as the speakers you hear on the stage. Of course, these events are not possible without the support of our valued sponsors and event partners. I'd like to take a moment to thank them all for their contribution and support. They are, first of all, strategic partner and platinum sponsor, Murray Bridge. The Murray Bridge Council has been fantastic in terms of their help and support they've provided to bring this to fruition. Our platinum sponsors, not only Murray Bridge, but PSTR, Public Safety Training Response. And for those who were here on Monday night, you saw that fantastic drone demonstration that we had. So go and chat to them and talk to them about how drone and terms of public safety can be used. DQ, Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. And again, we thank you for the department's support. Our silver sponsors, CUI, Care for Our Environment. And our exhibitors, Murray-Darling Basin Authority, Commonwealth Environmental Water Office, Bureau of Meteorology, Natural Resources Access Regulator, and ICSOM. And also our gala dinner sponsor for tonight is PSTR, Public Safety Training Response. For those who are coming to the gala dinner, and I hope that's all of you, it's really literally across the road at the Bridgeport Hotel on the first floor. You really can't miss it. Everything in Murray Bridge is close and just walking distance away. Some will be presenting, others are in our exhibition space, so meet them to talk to them and find out how they can help you. During the breaks, I'd like to encourage you to process through these doors to the exhibition space. This will give you a chance to engage with our sponsor and exhibitors, and it's also where you'll find refreshments. So coffee and tea will be out in the hall where you entered, but the catering, the morning tea, lunch and afternoon tea will be in the exhibition space down at the far end. The speaker presentations will be available for download very soon after the conference, about a week. So if you want presentations, we'll try and make sure anything that's available we'll pass on to you or we'll make available via our website. Just a reminder, in case of emergency evacuation, you'll hear a fire alarm and staff from this event space will direct you to the evacuation points, which you see clearly marked around the room. I'll have a great deal more to say about the progress we are making at the MDA later in the program, so you'll hear more from me tomorrow. But in the meantime, I'd like to ask Mayor Thorley to welcome you to Murray Bridge. Thank you, Wayne.
I feel like I've already done this once, but that's okay. We can keep welcoming you every time you're here to see me. Good morning and welcome to Murray Bridge, the Murray-Darling Association Conference for 2023 and Annual General Meeting. First of all, I'd just like to thank Rita, Michael and Harley for their welcome to country. The Narrandjeri people are a very important part of our community, a very valued component of our society. So we thank them today for that. I'd also like to acknowledge the land where you've all come from today, to come here today and visit us on our land. So thank you very much. We appreciate you making the effort and using that time to come and see a little bit of our town, our community. I'd also like to acknowledge the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, who will be joining us soon. And we appreciate her for making the time available to share some insights from a federal perspective and also to meet with some of the chairs to talk and discuss what the important issues are to the Murray-Darling Association are. Now, National President of the Murray-Darling Association, Councillor David Thurley. David and I have almost the same spelling for our names. We must have had an ancestor in the pre-medieval times who could not pronounce his name properly. So one of us, they got either the O or the U wrong. Never mind. And of course to Mark Lamb, the Chief Executive of the Murray-Darling Association. Mark, welcome Mark. And other region chairs from across the basin and my fellow elected members, Councillor Ellie Keane and those of all other local government areas around here and elsewhere too, of course. Again, I welcome you to Murray Bridge and Region 6. I think sometimes it's easy to forget that Region 6 is a very important part of the River Murray-Darling system. It's where the system empties into the sea. Something that's very easy to forget. Once it's past your gate, there's a bit more to go. And I guess that leads into where we went yesterday. We went down along the one side of the Lower Murray, down through around the lakes, and then come back the other side. I guess for those on the bus that I was on, Councillor Simons and I gave an elongated and very detailed explanation of not only of our economy and our community and the environment, but we made sure you were very well informed. So thank you for your patience and thank you for listening to my history lesson as well. Very much appreciated. I guess I hope we ingrained from that journey for all of you when you went around through the barrages and that, what a spiritual part of the community, the world we live in. It's very easy to not get a sense of that unless you live here. And it's not only the Narrandjeri's culture, but European culture as well. It's an extremely spiritual part of our community. The history here goes back to settlement back in Captain Charles Sturt's time. It's a very important part of our history and our culture and traditions here. There's a relationship to the River Murray. Some of the things we don't always remember, things like the bridge, which I told you last night, was basically built in 1879, but before then, irrigation started to begin on the Lower Murray in 1870 through the reclaimed irrigation areas. So it's a very long history here relating to settlement. I guess the most important thing that we saw yesterday by going across the barrages, which is something special not everyone can do, is to see the ecology of the Lower Murray and the Coorong and the lakes. the bird life, the fish traps, not fish traps, the fish gates, so they can actually go in between the tidal parts of the sea and also back to the lakes. It's a very, very important part of our economy, our ecology, and I think it hopefully helps you all to understand why it's so important for us to keep the lakes to the level that we see them to be kept at. Once again, thank you. The economy, as you also probably saw from that visit, is very diverse. It has some long history in agriculture, but one thing I did not bring to your attention yesterday, but I'd like to now, is Murray Bridge is a food bowl. Murray Bridge is not the food bowl you see where there's big green patches of irrigated crops. It's where people work to make those crops into processed food for the community and the world. And we have actually, I think, close to 3,000 to 4,000 people employed directly in food processing here. So it's something that people don't always think about of Murray Bridge. At the end of the day, every job needs to have someone that sits there and happily works away, converting something which is beautiful and green into something that everyone can use. And fortunately for us, we also have a very large migrant community, which creates a very diverse and exciting community that we live in. So I hope you can take that back with you when you see that walking around, that we are very diverse. I'm very proud of it. Now, relating to today, I guess we welcome you to participate. We hope you have healthy participation. There's some debate, and especially debate is good. It creates better outcomes. Anyone that knows me will hear me very loudly when I debate because I can talk over most of you. But we get the best outcome. That's the part that's important about debate. We find the middle ground. We find the pathway to go forward, and we find how we can create the best outcomes, because every one of us has a component to add into these discussions and debates, and they all add value in how we get to that outcome. It must be somewhere where we achieve the desired outcome that we can all live with, and we can only do that by participating. Sitting back and letting the world run over us is not a way to achieve a good outcome. Just in closing, I heard the word partnership used by Mark. It's a very important part, and that's what debate is about. But partnership, here we are. We have one common stream in amongst us, and it's the River Murray. We all have a part of it. It's all a part of us, so it's a partnership. So let's think of ourselves as all the partners in this business, like the shareholders in a company like BHP. But we all have a say. We just don't leave it up to board of management to tell us what they're going to do and give us 3% return on our investment. Just in closing, I just hope you enjoy Murray Bridge. A great place. As Mark said, you can walk around the centre part here pretty quick. We've got some beautiful walking trails around Murray Bridge. The river here is, like I said on Monday night, it's a proper river here. We have a big river, and it's an exciting, fresh-looking place along the river. And with flooding, while it causes challenges in the day, it renews, it refreshes, and it makes our part of the world look absolutely beautiful and stunning at the moment. So take that opportunity if you can. We've got other things that, if partners may like to look at some interesting things, we have probably, and I make this point, the world's biggest zoo on our doorstep. And they're even talking about getting elephants now, so they'll have to have a bigger zoo. But you can fit every other zoo in Australia in that zoo, and there'll still be room to spare. So take the time if you've got an opportunity to go there and have a look. But also have a look at some of the other things we have around here. It's a great little community.
South Australia. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to speak to the Murray-Darling Association's 79th Annual Conference. I know that you'll be talking about a lot of issues, all of the kinds of issues that communities need to be addressing in terms of circular economy and having a sustainable future. And I congratulate you on choosing to go through these issues together. I would like to bring you up to date with the latest developments in the Murray-Darling Basin Plan delivery, because this is a really important moment that we're reaching right now, Victoria, that we will go on to make sure that we deliver this plan in full. What that will require is that the Commonwealth will change the law in order to enable voluntary buying of water, particularly to contribute to the 450 gigalitres. It means abolishing the Barnaby Joyce cap on water buying for the environment. This is a great breakthrough for South Australia in particular, because we know that that is the only way that we're going to get to the full 450 gigalitres. While we continue to support efficiency projects and other measures, we know that this element is the one that will deliver us all of the water that is in the plan, which is the reason that South Australia joined up to the plan in the first place. We hope that Victoria will come on board too, but they're a little reluctant at this stage, and it means that some of their projects probably won't get the Commonwealth funding that they're expecting, but we'll see if that's able to be resolved over time. We have had to agree that there'll be a delay in the delivery. That's simply because in 1 year it is impossible to buy 430 gigalitres of water. We accept that the last 9 years of the federal government were years of inaction and in fact often sabotage. But here we are now. We have a new government and a renewed commitment to deliver the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. And while I'm concerned about the delay, because I'm concerned about a looming drought in the next few years, I'm prepared to accept that this is the pathway before us. South Australia will remain vigilant, however. We're not interested in siding with other Labor governments for the sake of it. We are only interested in delivering a sustainable Murray-Darling Basin, and that requires vigilance on our part.
A lack of understanding of this new and strange environment led to what today we will consider quite bizarre. In 1924, the Newcastle Sun gave the headline, "Populate or Perish," to the Pan-Pacific Conference, at which delegates discussed the level of population that Australia could afford. Would you believe it was 63 million people? In 1902, the River Murray League met in Corowa and the goal was to see the issue of riparian rights and the harnessing of Murray River waters from a national perspective. Without labouring the point, I hope I have conveyed the point that there were not many partnerships and little collaboration between various groups. So has anything changed, and to how much? Daniel Lewis wrote in the Sydney Morning Herald in August 2003, farmers and environmentalists have long been at each other's throats over the issue of water, as have the federal government and the states. Liberals are at odds with the National Party colleagues, and even within the National Party, water can be a schism like no other. In 2019, the New South Wales Water Minister at Minco threatened to pull out of the Basin Plan unless her interstate counterparts agreed to concessions that would allow irrigators more water. Not much evidence of collaboration or partnership there. In 2006, Rory Tweek, a New South Wales grazier and past chair of the Basin Community Committee, told a Senate inquiry that any point of view that has been contrary to that which was pro-development to the ultimate extreme was derided, ignored or refused to be accepted. Let's examine some facts and figures from recent times to get an idea of what has happened to the rivers and lands of the basin. Since 2001, there have been 15 cease-to-flow events in the Barwon Darling, many more than would have occurred under natural conditions. We've had fish kills every year since 2018-19, some worse than others, and across various catchments, but especially the Darling and its tributaries. In a survey earlier this year, it was found that there were very few Murray cod in the lower Darling. We've seen frequent and widespread algal blooms, and since 1996, median annual flows through the Murray mouth were less than 30% of natural flows. So things were bad, and finally, with bipartisan support, we got the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. There's still plenty of debate about how effective the plan is, but if nothing else, it's a start. But it will not be enough unless we can resolve the disputes and begin to form partnerships through collaboration. To me, there is one very clear choice. We'll all have to change and work collaboratively. State and territory governments have to work together because what happens in one state will have impacts in another because of the connectedness of our rivers. We hear constant discussion about cotton and rice industries and the amount of water they use, but we must acknowledge that they contribute to our economy, and growers can choose not to plant crops when water availability is low, unlike those with perennial plantings. Dairy farmers suffer when the price of water is driven up by scarcity and competition. The Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder has water to water our wetlands and reconnect our rivers with the creeks, tributaries and wetlands. But there are constraints, and in the 11 years of the plan so far, it seems to me that we've achieved little or nothing when it comes to relaxing and removing constraints. The New South Wales Reconnecting Country Rivers program is a state-based program attempting to do that, but so far we have seen little in the way of collaboration and partnerships. And we need to consider the elephant in the room, climate change. Dorothy McKellar certainly had it right when she described Australia as a land of droughts and flooding rains. What we are seeing now, however, is longer and harsher droughts, and the floods, as we know from the last couple of years, can be devastating. Yet there are still climate change deniers who refuse to believe the science. And sometimes, when trying to talk these people around, we need to stop lecturing them and tell them stories, like the one I heard during a wine tasting at Brown Brothers. What's that got to do with climate change? Well, they have records going back 100 years. They can tell you that the grape harvesting season has moved, and they no longer grow some varieties of white grape in northeast Victoria. They grow it in northern Tasmania now with a cooler climate. But my message is that we all have to change, and the million-dollar question is how. And I don't have the answer to that, but I'm sure what is needed are partnerships built through open and honest discussion and collaboration. And what better organisation than the Murray-Darling Association, a collection of local governments from right across the basin. Now more than ever is the time to encourage your neighbouring councils to join up and show that we're united in the process of forming partnerships. Now, a postscript. No doubt you're all aware of the revised timetable, and we'll have someone speaking about it very soon. Clearly a necessary and sensible decision, but not everyone is on board with that. As we've just heard from the South Australian Minister, the Victorian Government has not signed up, apparently because they do not agree with water buybacks. Yes, there's a lot of discussion about that and some pretty strong resistance, but in a spirit of collaboration, Wouldn't it be better to be involved in the discussions so that your voice can be heard and perhaps influence the final decision? And another point that may offer us ways to recover water. New South Wales, alone amongst the basin states, has only had 8 of their water resource plans certified, and there are 15 outstanding. This means that the Inspector General for Water Compliance has no way of checking what is occurring in the New South Wales part of the basin. What will he find when those plans are in place? Collaboration is the word. It means to work jointly with someone, but nowhere in my dictionary does it say to agree at all times. Healthy debate is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for that very warm welcome to the conference. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Simon Banks. Simon took up the role of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder in October 22. The TUO manages the water for the environment on behalf of the Australian Government to support the rivers and wetlands of the Murray-Darling Basin. Dr. Banks brings a wealth of experience to the position and a good understanding of the work, having previously been in a senior role in the TUO from 2009 to 2014. Over nearly 3 decades, Simon's experience in natural resource management spans policy development, implementation, research and analysis, and program implementation. Simon has held senior positions in Department, the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, New Zealand Department of Conservation, and the New South Wales and Queensland governments. Please join me in welcome Dr. Simon Banks.
Good morning. My name's Simon Banks, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning to present on the work of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, a position I've held for the last 12 months. Today I'm going to take the opportunity to provide you some background information about the Commonwealth Environmental Water Entitlements, and then outline how partnerships have and will continue to play a role in our success in achieving outcomes for a healthy Murray-Darling Basin. Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of land on which we're meeting, the Ngarrindjeri people, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. As rivers and floodplains have cultural and spiritual significance to First Nations people, I'd like to note there will be video, footage and photos in my presentation taken of the country of First Nations people, and these images may be of significance to First Nations people in the audience today. The Australian Government owns water entitlements or licences, which are used to maintain the health of our rivers and wetlands in the Murray-Darling Basin, supporting basin communities and future generations. As a Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, I'm responsible for managing these water entitlements to protect and restore the river system. The role was established as an independent statutory role under the Water Act in 2007 to implement requirements of the Basin Plan. The water entitlements yield, on average, around 2,000 gigalitres of water per year. While this is a large volume of water, it is important to put this in perspective. We don't have this volume available every year. On average, our water use is about 7% of the surface water inflows into the basin each year. This graph shows the growth in the holdings over the last 15 years and also notes the variation in water available from year to year, which is shown by the light green bars. As further context, Commonwealth Environmental Water is about 9% of the storage capacity of the Murray-Darling Basin and 15% of the water used for consumption by agriculture and human uses. The entitlements are a combination of water purchased through previous water recovery programs, which represents about 10% of the consumptive pool, and water recovered through infrastructure improvements. The Commonwealth's water entitlements are subject to the same annual water allocations, fees, rules and carryover arrangements as equivalent entitlements in the consumptive pool. Each year we can choose to use water, save water and carry it over for use in the next water year, or trade water and annual water allocations. On average, over the last 15 years, we've used about 70% of available water allocations and carried over around 30% for use in the next water year, often using this water in winter and spring, which is different to the peak period for irrigation use. Unlike some claims in the media, it is not the case that we can't use the available water. Rather, we plan for and use it across multiple years. The volume carried over each year is less than 5% of the basin storage capacity. So again, contrary to media reports, it is not filling up dams and causing flooding. True partnerships are critical to our success in delivering Commonwealth environmental water. It's not just about turning on a tap and delivering water. Collaboration is paramount to achieving our goals. We work hand in hand with First Nations groups, scientists, water managers and communities to understand the complex relationship between water and the environment. We aim to forge strong partnerships with various stakeholders to ensure that water is used effectively. One of my reflections from when I first worked in environmental water to now is how the relationships have either been maintained or enhanced over the last 15 years. Many of the community members who I worked with back in 2009 are still working with my staff today. This demonstrates the care landholders have for the environment, and it is a credit to them to continue to engage because it's not always easy. Partnerships are the bedrock of our success in directing water to the right place at the right time when the environment needs it. A key to building these relationships have been our local engagement officers who live and work in communities across the basin. When I first started working in environmental water in 2009, water for the environment was being used to target specific locations in times of drought, the Millennium Drought. Now my office coordinates environmental flows with operational deliveries, as well as deliveries by other environmental water holders. That way we can piggyback water, get more bang for our buck, and get the most out of the volumes of water that we have available. We work together to achieve multiple benefits along the entire length of a river, as well as across the entire river system. I'll talk more about the importance of connecting the Northern Basin with the Southern Basin shortly. Our partnerships with First Nations is an area myself and my office are working hard to improve. Managing the basin's precious water resources is already a balancing act. We are working with state governments, industry, scientists and communities to find ways to be smarter with how the basin's limited water resources are managed by better integrating river operations with delivery of environmental flows, by removing constraints to reconnect floodplains to rivers, and by undertaking complementary works, we'll be able to achieve more for the environment with the volumes of water we are allocated. Every year is different, and the amount of water available changes from year to year. We therefore follow an annual cycle of management and make decisions annually on how best to use the water that is available. We partner with a range of stakeholders at every stage of our water planning management process. In the planning stage, to identify where and when water for the environment is needed, in the delivery of water to the rivers and wetlands of the basin, and in monitoring the outcomes and using this knowledge to inform future decisions. By including our partners in every stage, it ensures our water use is backed by science and local knowledge. I'll now provide some examples of our partnerships. We're continuously building relationships to empower and support First Nations people to care for country. For example, we've been working with the Ngari Ngari Tribal Council to deliver water to the wetlands and floodplains on Guyini Conservation Area in the Lower Murrumbidgee, which they own and manage. This has included supporting large-scale waterbird breeding every year for the last 3 years. To formalise this relationship, earlier this year we established a 10-year partnership agreement with the Ngari Ngari Tribal Council. The partnership with the Ngari Ngari Tribal Council focuses on shared decision-making to maximise environmental and cultural outcomes from environmental water delivery on Ngari Ngari country, and establishes approaches to support Ngari Ngari Tribal Council to facilitate environmental watering on their country according to their law and custom. We also have well-established partnerships with the irrigation sector. For example, we work with the Renmark Irrigation Trust, Murray Irrigation Limited, Collyamble Irrigation and Murrumbidgee Irrigation to deliver environmental water via their network of channels and pipes to local and often private wetlands and creeks. These are win-win arrangements for both the environment and industry. By using irrigation networks, water can be delivered to wetlands and creeks that it would otherwise not be possible to reach. While for irrigation operators, it increases their customer base. And I'd like to thank and recognise the efforts of industry for supporting these innovative partnership arrangements. These partnerships have been beneficial to the local environment and in some cases have been critical to supporting native fish survival during poor water quality events. The 2022-23 floods in the Mid-Murray Valley led to widespread hypoxic or low oxygen water quality conditions. As observed in previous floods, hypoxic conditions can have a devastating impact on native fish, including some of our most iconic fish like the Murray cod. In response, we worked with the New South Wales Environmental Water Managers, Murray Irrigation Limited and a number of local landholders to divert small volumes of oxygenated, healthy water via their channels and escapes to create refuges for native fish. Overall, we delivered 206 gigalitres through 17 escapes or delivery points, creating numerous refuge locations for aquatic species throughout the Edward, Colletch, Walkall River system. Native fish could move to these areas, improving their chance of survival. Again, credit goes to the partners in industry, the landholders that worked with us to ensure outcomes were achieved successfully for native fish. Our intervention in the Mid-Murray was reliant on the input and support from the local community and scientists who were monitoring the response to the refuge flows. Over the past decade, my team has built strong relationships and trust between ourselves, scientists, and the local community. This included building an understanding of the value of environmental flows in being able to mitigate the impacts of hypoxic conditions and the importance of intervening early. This trust led to gaining the support of the community to diverting water for the environment into the system before and during the flood peak. This allowed us to introduce higher quality water to localised areas before low oxygen caused any fish deaths. The work of our staff to connect with landholders during this flood event was critical. Landholders were stressed, so we adapted the flows during the peak. The fact that we were able to keep the escapes open throughout the flood reflects the success of our approach to working with the community and the scientific evidence we had to support the approach. While we did not avoid fish deaths entirely in the Edward, Colletch, Walkall area, early monitoring results are indicating that the impacts compared to previous hypoxic conditions, such as the floods of 2016, are less severe. We also coordinate flows with state governments. This is important as both the Australian and state governments own water for the environment. To get the best value from the available water, we look to coordinate every drop. We work together to coordinate flows across valleys to maximise the opportunities to connect the rivers with their tributaries. We scale up from catchment to multiple benefits throughout the basin. We've done this in the Southern Basin, where New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and Commonwealth agencies work together to coordinate environmental flows across the Goulburn, Mid-Murray, Murrumbidgee and Lower Darling Baaka catchments. By coordinating these flows, we look to maximise the environmental outcomes from the available environmental water, benefiting native fish and riverbank vegetation locally in the upstream catchments, and then having these flows joining up to support native fish spawning and movement and reducing salinity in the Lower Murray all the way to the Coorong. Similarly, in the Northern Basin, we coordinate flows in Queensland and Northern New South Wales catchment to benefit both the tributaries of the Darling River and the Darling River itself. We have done this 4 times, most recently in autumn this year. With conditions in the north quickly drying off after the floods, we started seeing water quality decline, algal blooms and fish death events in parts of the Northern Basin. Small volumes of water for the environment were released in the Gwydir, Namoy and Macquarie catchments from mid-April to keep the system running until the cooler months when the ecological risks are reduced. This water enhanced connectivity along the northern system, enabling native fish to move, feed and breed. Contrary to some views that the northern catchments don't connect to the Darling River, we have delivered flows that have provided benefit all the way to Menindee Lakes, topping up water holes and keeping fish alive between the big flow events. Active management has been in place since December 2020, which is protecting environmental water in the New South Wales Northern Basin from extraction. Under these arrangements, over the past 3 years, we've delivered around 100 gigalitres of environmental water through to Menindee Lakes, water that would otherwise have been extracted. There is good progress in policy to protect environmental water, with more work to do to connect the Northern Basin with the Southern Basin. Physically, this happens. It is a policy and past practice that needs to be adjusted to recognise and protect environmental water as it passes through Menindee Lakes. We are now able to account for Commonwealth environmental water that passes the Queensland and New South Wales border and are working closely with our state partners to ensure this water is protected under active management along the Barwon-Darling River. Once water sourced from the Commonwealth's licences in Queensland is protected under active management in New South Wales, there will be considerable increase in the volume of environmental water that could reach Menindee Lakes. As I said, at least 100 gigalitres of Commonwealth environmental water has been delivered to Menindee Lakes, which is re-regulated once it enters the lakes. This means it does not pass further downstream under current arrangements. With resolution of these policy issues, we'll be able to manage a considerable volume of Commonwealth environmental water from the Northern Basin into the Southern Basin, delivering benefits locally, along the way, and delivering benefits to the lower lakes and Coorong. Adjusting these policy settings will mean we could coordinate flows across multiple river systems and promote a truly connected river basin, north to south, with Commonwealth environmental water. We work with scientists to monitor impacts of water for the environment on river and wetland health. We've invested over $100 million in independent scientific research since 2009 and now have over 10 years of robust scientific evidence to support our decision making. Much of this investment has been through locally based campuses of some of our universities. Researchers are undertaking the monitoring in regional areas, and through our science program, we are supporting the next generation of freshwater scientists. We've been working hard to make sure we are using the best available knowledge in our decision making. Science and knowledge tells us the outcomes we've achieved from water for the environment. It informs decision making on where and when to use water for the environment. It informs what we could do next time to achieve the best results to improve the health of the rivers and wetlands of the basin. We've been learning as we go and making changes to how we manage water for the environment. We've been working hard to make sure we're using the best available knowledge in our decision making. We've seen some amazing outcomes thanks to our partnerships. Since 2009, we've delivered more than 15,000 gigalitres of water to support river and wetland health. This is equivalent to 30 Sydney harbours, or for locals, 322 Mount Bold reservoirs in the nearby Adelaide Hills. As I said earlier, Commonwealth environmental water use is on average about 7% of the inflows in the Murray-Darling Basin. We have, however, achieved significant outcomes from the active management of this water in partnerships with other water holders, river operators, community and industry. Environmental water has been used in over 26,000 kilometres of basin waterways, inundated over 420,000 hectares of lakes and floodplains, including 11 internationally significant Ramsar wetlands. In dry years, Commonwealth environmental water has been up to 100% of the flows through the barrages, removing salt from the system, and can be up to 90% of the flows in the Darling River. Our science shows environmental water is making a difference. Many of you visited the internationally significant Coorong yesterday. We have evidence that shows Commonwealth environmental water has flushed over 4 million tonnes of salt through the barrages and reduced a further 26 million tonnes of salt entering the Coorong from the Southern Ocean. For those of you that were on our bus yesterday, we heard from Mayor Thorley and Mayor Simmons about the impact of managing salt and the importance of managing salt in the landscape. I also just want to acknowledge and thank the organisers. It was a terrific tour yesterday. More broadly, we've supported increasing spawning, recruitment and population growth of golden perch, locally known as callop, and the nationally threatened Murray cod across the basin. Over the last 2 years, Commonwealth Environmental Water has been used to follow after the floods and natural flows to benefit waterbird breeding at internationally important Ramsar wetlands such as the Macquarie Marshes, where we supported over 200,000 nests in the last year alone. And it has been estimated that almost 1 million straw-necked ibis have fledged over the last 2 years. To better understand the role of environmental water in supporting waterbirds in wet years, it is useful to understand how water levels affect their nests. It's a bit of a Goldilocks principle in which too much or too little can reduce the chance of breeding success. It's about getting the water levels just right. Environmental water has been used to maximise the success of this waterbird breeding. We topped up wetlands to keep water around nests, which provides protection from predators. We also inundate nearby wetlands to ensure food and habitat is available for fledglings, giving them the best chance of survival. Real-time monitoring and information from scientists has been key to being able to get the water levels right. This past water year, we engaged the University of New South Wales team to monitor waterbird breeding. This included the monitoring of 12 waterbird rookeries over a period of 6 months. Monitoring was used to ensure that suitable levels of water were maintained during the breeding. One of these sites was the internationally significant Ramsar wetland Darawa, also known as Narran Lakes. We've implemented innovative approaches to environmental watering. Earlier this year, to help maintain waterbird breeding conditions at Darawa, we entered into a grant arrangement with an upstream landholder to release water from their on-farm storages into the internationally important wetland via the Narran River. Around 6.5 gigalitres was released from the private storages, with around 2.5 gigalitres reaching the lakes, which helped maintain conditions around the nests until late March to allow the waterbirds to raise their chicks. This arrangement was an innovative approach to getting water to where and when it is most needed, and builds on the collective efforts of the community, industry and government to build resilience in the ecosystems after lengthy periods of drought. This video shows Darawa, where for the first time in more than 20 years pelicans bred. There were around 18,000 pelican nests on ground, and aerial monitoring confirmed the success of the breeding. Researchers from the University of New South Wales also banded pelicans as part of a long-term basin-wide project. Black bands were placed on the ankles of 400 pelican chicks, which will help track their movements over the course of their life. This will provide us with valuable information on how they are responding to water for the environment and how we can best support them. In summary, we've learned much during the past 15 years about how to manage water for the environment and what we need to achieve a healthy and resilient river for the Australian community. While there is more to do to implement the Basin Plan in full to achieve the vision of what was agreed by governments in 2012, I'd like to reflect on the significant progress we've made over the last 15 years in managing Commonwealth environmental water. Progress in both our understanding of how best to use water to achieve environmental outcomes, such as the opportunities to connect the tributaries with our major rivers, triggering native fish to spawn, supporting waterbird breeding and ensuring critical targets for the lower lakes and Coorong. Progress that has seen the real tangible benefits that have been delivered for the environment, for our threatened species and for our internationally important Ramsar wetlands. And progress around the awareness and understanding in the community of the outcomes that have and can be achieved from Commonwealth environmental water at a local level and at a basin scale, which is underpinned by partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Really inspiring. We have some time for questions, and we've already got some questions coming through on Slido, but I'm happy to take any questions from the floor. So if you please just let me know and we'll try and get a mic to you. So the first question, Simon, is actually getting quite a few already. How will extended recovery of 450 gig improve our recovery along the basin?
Look, thank you. Implementation of the Basin Plan is really critical to the long-term sustainable healthy basin. The 450 gigalitres, like I indicated with our current holdings, will vary each year according to how much water is allocated by governments. What it will do is provide us with greater certainty about being able to meet the targets that have been set for the lower lakes and the Coorong, but I think importantly also it's what we can achieve with that water, noting that at the present time we don't know where that water is going to be recovered, what type of entitlements it is. There's a lot of unknowns about it, but certainly we don't have water at the present time that enables us to deliver water to all the environmental assets within the basin. And it would give us a much greater confidence, particularly during those dry times where the environment needs the water.
Thanks, Simon. Is Dr. Banks saying the rivers only get 15% of all water in the basin?
No, I'm not. So what I was saying was the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holdings represents about 7% of the total inflows, and the modelled inflows were about, I think, 32,000 gigalitres back in when the modelling was done in 2012 or 11.
Thanks, Simon. If environmental water is reduced in the coming years as a result of dry conditions, you will be required to do more with less. So how do you prioritise benefits?
Look, that's a great question. We go through a planning exercise every year. There's no question around like the way the system is, or the forecast at the moment around a drying system. That does mean that we need to make decisions around priorities, and we'll work with our partner agencies, the state governments, catchment management authorities and others to determine those priorities. But there are areas where, providing water to those core wetland areas will remain a critical priority. It of course depends on how much water we get allocated against our holdings, which varies each year.
Thanks, Simon. Are you concerned under a potential severe drought ahead due to El Nino, sorry, I've just lost my place, and IOD positive, that the environment will run out of water before the basin plan has been implemented?
Well, look, it's a challenging question around, like I suppose there's less water likely as we go into a drought sequence. Where in the next 12 to 18 months we'll have plenty of water because we've, on the back of 3 consecutive wet years, we've got healthy allocations at the present time. But it's absolutely correct that in time those water allocations will be used. And also the prospect of having additional allocations come through the state government allocation processes will be reduced. But that goes to sort of us then making decisions around priorities and making sure that we're really focusing on those sort of critical elements of the rivers and wetlands to try and I hope that the work that we've been doing over the last couple of years, while there has been wet conditions, is about how do we lock in the gains that have come from the wet conditions. So really we've got a good opportunity for the next little while to lock in those gains and build the resilience of the wetland and river ecosystems. But when drying times come and we've got less water, it certainly makes our job more difficult.
Thanks, Simon. Any questions from the floor? Well, yes, at the front, please.
Thank you, Simon. When we consider that traditionally or for forever, the river system has worked on a drought flood regime, during a time of drought, does or would CHU consider leasing water out? In other words, not delivering any water to the environment and let it be part of a natural drought. And so, yeah, do they consider leasing out, and have Chew ever leased water out?
So in short, we have not leased water out. During those dry times, the environment has, there's a critical need for the environment, and under the current legislative framework, we would not be able to lease it out other than to get an environmental outcome from that water.
Thank you for the question. There's one question here that almost is related. Under what conditions is the CHUO likely to sell water to other users?
Look, the conditions in terms of us selling water, so again, the Water Act is pretty clear around the sort of conditions that I can trade annual allocations, and it's on the basis that we can get better environmental outcomes from the proceeds of trade. For example, we've got a Commonwealth Environmental Water Activities Framework, which basically sets out different approaches to how we might use the proceeds of trade. We've paid to remove block banks in the internationally significant Macquarie marshes, and that's about trying to improve connectivity of fish. So through the proceeds of trade from annual allocations, we're able to use that money to then invest it in that system to get a longer term outcome. Similarly, in some of our Victorian systems, we've contributed with CMAs and the Victorian government to construction of fishways, which has opened up 270 kilometres of additional river to enable fish passage in those areas. So it's me sort of weighing up, can I get better environmental outcomes from the proceeds of the trade?
Thank you. We've got a question at the back.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Thank you for your presentation. My question is in relation to drought and dry times, and through water, the environmental water holder holds in a lot of our water storages. When we've got communities that have absolutely no access to water at all, and there's environmental water available, should it not be available for critical human needs over the environment?
Well, look, decisions around critical human needs and environment are made by state governments, and I think the challenge for us is when there's less water in the system, we've got less water as well. So while at the moment we've got healthy allocations, with a couple of years of dry times where the allocations that are made by state governments are less, we will have less water available. Now, that's not to say that what we can do with our water, with the Commonwealth's water, is freshen up water holes, but it's not focused on supporting critical human needs. They're sort of core requirements that need to be provided through state water sharing plans.
Thank you, Jamie, for the question. Similarly, there's a question from Slido. We hear a lot about millennium drought, but little reference to the drought in parts of the Northern Basin, which went pretty much from 2012 to 2019-20. Do you want to elaborate more on that, or have you really already answered that? Well,
look, the drought between I suppose the sort of record dry conditions between 2017 and 2020 were significant, particularly in the Northern Basin. And again, we've been able to, where we've had water available, and we don't necessarily have a lot of water available in some of those catchments, we've been able to sort of use water to stop those long cease to flow periods. So we're able to put a little bit of water either through the Macquarie or one of those catchments, Guida, to be able to sort of connect up the river. But generally it will be small amounts. In the Macquarie, there was a period where there was a quarantine on any further releases from Burrendong Dam, and our water was part of those quarantines. So it doesn't necessarily, while we might have water in theory, it doesn't guarantee that we've got water to release down the system to try and break those cease to flow.
Thanks, Simon. Up the back, there's a question.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I'm not too sure whether this is your area or it might be too political for you to answer, but I'll put it anyway. A couple of underlying principles of the Basin Plan are transparency and integrity. And I saw that in your presentation, well and truly. A very good presentation. The Inspector General of Water Compliance has questioned the integrity of the Basin Plan, and particularly in relation to the non-delivery of water resource plans. Would you like to comment as to how that undermines the whole transparency, integrity of the plan?
Oh, look, I think that's a question for the Inspector General, but clearly having those water resource plans in place is a critical part of ultimately implementation of the basin plan. So, yeah, there's work underway and more work to be done there. I think your comments around transparency, that's certainly something that we take seriously. Information on our holdings, we update the amount of water that we have either being used, the amount of water that we have in storage, in theory in storage, and our carryover is all published on our website. On a fortnightly basis, we're now publishing a map that shows where we're delivering water as well. So we certainly take transparency, we see it as a really important part of our approach to making sure there's the best opportunity for the community to understand what we're doing and how we're managing the water that we've got.
And we'll certainly be hearing from the Inspector General later this morning. Are fish deaths an inevitable ongoing occurrence, especially with drought conditions?
Look, fish deaths, the movement of water across the floodplain, particularly in drought, in floods, certainly means that you get the organic matter moving into the system, and that leads to those hypoxic or low oxygenated periods of, where we've been able to use our water. And again, it's where we've had water available. In terms of drought conditions, I think, it will depend on the cease to flow, the length of the cease to flow, and whether, again, if we've got water that we can deliver to freshen up and improve the condition of water holes. But I think it does become a bit inevitable. And I think that's recognising that we are operating within a highly regulated system. There's structures across the basin that mean that the water's not flowing as it perhaps as it has historically, and that does create challenges for our native fish.
Final question comes from the front. Peter Waterman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Simon, for addressing that wonderful conundrum of critical human water needs. Section 11 of the Water Act of 2007 says that it will guarantee the meeting of critical human water needs. So whether it's picked up by the states or the Commonwealth, it's an obligation, a statutory obligation. And I think it's wonderful what you've said, that you can intercede and put water into dams and other areas. I hope it will go into water tanks. And the reason for that is if you live in a town or a village and you're on scheme water, more chance of it being healthy and enough. But if you're out on a property, you're on your own and you can get those queer shits and spews, full stop. And this is a moral and ethical issue. And it's so good to see that you've got your heads around it. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, look, sorry. I was just going to say our focus in those really dry times is about how we can, and again, it just depends on how much water we have available, the location of those allocations, and then the rules at the time. And as I say, in Macquarie catchment for a while, there was a suspension of any water use because the Macquarie River had dried. But where we can use our water to improve conditions for native fish, we will do that. And that obviously has those sort of benefits to community because it is about ultimately you're freshening up water holes along the system.
And hopefully rainwater tanks.
Well, look, I think there's a core right to access water by riparian landholders, and at the end of the day, we're focused on trying to improve the conditions of those water holes, and there's clearly a benefit, benefit to community.
Please join me in thanking Dr. Simon Banks. We're making good time. We're now time for morning tea. If you haven't already received a MDA satchel, Murray-Darling Association carry bag, it's got some local treats inside, that's the incentive. But if you'd like one, please go to the registration desk out the front and grab one, even if you've got your badge. If you want a bag, but it's now time for morning tea. You can either exit through these doors or go round, and morning tea will be out there. Please talk to the exhibitors and look forward to welcoming you back to see the Water Minister at 10:40.
see it there and he knows he can start? Just making sure our USB is syncing. So you go back to PC. Is there a
Is there a pointer on this one? Is that the top one? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
Alright, awesome. Thank you, lads. Really appreciate that. We'll get the USB afterwards.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave it there if I can. Or you can just drag it onto the desktop and we'll delete it afterwards. It looks like you want it. Yeah, so I'm happy to just drag it onto the desktop and then we're not worrying about USBs. Yeah.
Alright, well, I think everything there is solid.
Thank you. Beautiful. Good job. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
information and help educate and be educated.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could return to your seats, please. It's my very great privilege to introduce our next speaker, who really needs no introduction, but by way of a brief intro, our Minister Plibersek, who has served as the Deputy Leader of the Labor Party and Deputy Leader of the Opposition from 2013 to 2019. She served as a Member of Parliament for Sydney since 1998. A member of the Labor Party, Minister has served as a Cabinet Minister in the Rudd, Gillard and Albanese governments. She is currently, as you know, the Minister for the Environment and Water in the Albanese Ministry since 2022, having previously served as the Shadow Minister for Education and Shadow Minister for Women between 2019 and 2022. Please join me in welcoming our Federal Water Minister.
Thanks so much, and good morning everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today on the land of the Ngariniri people. I pay my respects to elders past and present, and I want to extend that respect to any other First Nations people we might have with us today. Last time I was at this conference last year, it was a very rainy day in Albury, and I remember the rain because I had forgotten my umbrella despite a very clear weather report telling me that it was going to be a very rainy day in Albury. Luckily, the Basin Authority, like the Scouts, always come prepared, and I was able to borrow one of those umbrellas and go out to the Hume Dam after my speech and stand on the wall of the Hume Dam and watch those gates open and the water just gushing through. And it felt last year at this time in Albury a bit strange to be talking about drought in the middle of flooding rains when most of us were more worried about getting the water out of the dam safely than we were about what we were going to do to deal with the next flood. But we live in Australia, and I talked about drought last year, and I'm going to talk about drought again this year, because the one thing that we know about Australia is it almost doesn't matter how much it's raining, how green it is. This is the greenest I've ever seen South Australia. We know that the next drought is around the corner. And as I was flying down this morning, the ABC News was playing and featuring a story about southeast Queensland returning to drought. And we're seeing the beginning of that El Nino impact already in many parts of Australia, going into a hotter, drier period. From record September rainfall last year to record heat waves this month. So the Bureau of Meteorology recently confirmed that we're heading into another El Nino period, and we know what that means for Australia, but it seems strange to have had it confirmed by the Bureau of Meteorology because it's not a prediction. I think many of you are already feeling the impact of this in the communities that you're from. I want to acknowledge that that puts particular stresses on many of the people and organisations that you are here today representing, and particular stress on farmers and on regional communities. We don't know exactly how this next El Nino will present itself. We hope that it might be a little more gentle than the last one, perhaps a little softer and more forgiving. But what we do know is that we need to prepare for less rain, warmer temperatures, more bushfire risks, more extreme heat, and more strain on our river system and on everybody that depends on it. We had a quick glimpse of that just 2 weeks ago in New South Wales. We had catastrophic fire warnings on the New South Wales south coast. 38 degrees it was in Port Augusta. 34 degrees in Sydney 2 days in a row, and that is the first time that that sort of heat has happened in September. So just barely out of winter, it really makes you wonder what the coming summer is going to look like. So I think these thoughts, these conversations are happening right around Australia at the moment, but they particularly carry weight in communities that are reliant on the Murray-Darling Basin system. The last El Nino, you saw the worst of it. There were communities that went without water flowing through their rivers for more than 400 days. You saw mass fish deaths, millions of fish dying all at once, and farming communities literally brought to their knees, desperate for water. In fact, it was here in Murray Bridge that Channel 9 came to launch their national drought appeal 4 years ago. Drought is the reason that we have a Murray-Darling Basin plan in this country. Drought is the reason that Labor made a commitment to deliver that plan in full before the last election, as it was designed. And it's the reason that we are working so hard with the states and territories to find a way to fulfil that promise to the river system and to the communities that depend on it. Our new basin agreement is currently before the Parliament. It is the legislation that will amend the existing basin plan has been extensively debated so far in the House of Representatives. It'll soon, in coming weeks, go to the Senate. But I just wanted to take you through some of the main points in the legislation and to explain some of the new timelines. Obviously, you can read all of this for yourselves, but I suspect if you are like most ordinary Australians, you won't be getting the legislation out and sitting and poring over it, each one of you. So let me take you through some of the main points. We were in the early stages of designing our response when I was last at this conference a year ago in Albury, and since then we've been working with the states and territories, with local councils, of course, with farmers, with irrigators, with scientists, with other experts, and we've discussed how we need to amend the legislation, the current legislation, at length and in good faith. And of course, it has its difficulties. Everybody has needed to give a little bit and to compromise in the national interest. And I think most of us have been able to do that. I don't think anybody's got everything they asked for in the legislative package that we're debating at the moment, but almost everyone that has been part of this consultation can live with where we've ended up. And I hope that that's the sign of a reasonable agreement. The new arrangement very significantly gives states more time to deliver on their infrastructure projects. And it gives us a pathway to delivering the whole of the 450 gigalitres of water for the environment. What the legislation does is give more time, more flexibility, more options, more money, and more accountability. So there'll be more time to deliver the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism supply and constraints projects, more flexibility for basin states to bring forward new projects, more options to deliver on the 450 gigalitres of water, more money to secure water, to fund new projects, to support affected communities, and more accountability measures for all levels of government to deliver on their obligations. So we announced this agreement last month, and since then, as I said, the legislation has been introduced to the Parliament. It's been extensively debated in the House of Representatives, and we absolutely need new legislation because, as most of you would know, we had some legislated deadlines in the current legislation that would have been triggered if we don't amend the legislation as it is. A whole lot of automatic things will happen that I don't suspect anyone in this room is keen on, and we certainly don't want the states and territories are not keen on either. We know that we can't deliver in the previously legislated timeframes. The Murray-Darling Basin Authority has been very clear with me on that point. And so the legislation, the Restoring Our Rivers Bill, changes the deadlines. It extends the delivery date for the SIDLAM supply projects to December 2026. It allows states to nominate new projects up until June 2025. And the recovery of the 450 gigalitres of environmental water, the deadline for that has been extended to December 2027. With those extended deadlines, we are giving everyone greater flexibility and more options to get the work done. Obviously, the more of the projects that we deliver, the less we have to rely on voluntary water purchase. With this greater flexibility, so with the extended deadlines, the opportunity for new projects, comes greater accountability. We can't extend deadlines off into the never never and expect that this will just be taken on trust. So I think it's fair that when we say we're giving greater flexibility, more time, we also expect greater accountability from the states and territories, of course, but also from ourselves as a Commonwealth government. That particularly includes that 450 gigalitres of water for the environment, which really has, I think, drifted, I think is the most charitable description of this part of the plan over the period of the last government. In 9 years, they achieved 2 gigalitres of 450. 9 years, they achieved 2 gigalitres of the 450. And it's not because the funding wasn't available. There's $1.3 billion sitting in an account to do that work. Virtually untouched, $1.3 billion sitting in an account. So I think the only real explanation of that is that there wasn't a serious attempt to achieve the target, and I think it's fair to say there was every effort made to avoid achieving the target. We're changing that, and we're changing it by opening up a full suite of water recovery options. With our amendments, we will be able to invest in on-farm water infrastructure, in land and water purchases, and in other novel water recovery mechanisms. We'll be able to count over recovery against the Bridging the Gap target towards the 450 target. And of course, we are also including voluntary water purchase from willing sellers where it's needed to deliver the plan. Now, I know that there will be some people who don't like that. I got that message, got ears in my head. I don't think there is any way of achieving the Murray-Darling Basin Plan without some water purchase. And I think even for those of you who, don't want this to happen, it is much better for us to be engaged in a dialogue than to get in our corners and think that we're going to find some resolution that way. So let's talk about some of the baselines, I guess, that we're working from. There are some people who are suggesting that it's our intention as a government to buy every gigalitre of water that we're short. That's not our intention as a government. We're not out to buy every gigalitre that we need to achieve the objectives of the plan. That's why we've extended the deadlines, and that's why I'm opening up to other approaches. So we're certainly not after a kind of unlimited buyback approach. I know that some of these assumptions are coming from your genuine fear and bad experiences from last time there was water purchase. So I understand that. I think there are other motivations from some people who are just trying to scare people as well. And I really don't want to give in to those scare campaigns that make people who are already facing tough times, more nervous than they need to be. So let's be very clear, we're not after doing the rest of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan just through water purchase. When we did a fairly extensive consultation recently across the basin about your ideas to deliver on the full Murray-Darling Basin Plan, we received 130 suggestions about how we can best deliver on the objectives of the plan. And a lot of these ideas are things that we are working through with the department. There will be ideas that come from that consultation that we take up. The more of these ideas that we can practically implement, the less reliance we have on voluntary water purchase. So we're open to those and we're looking at them. So water purchase isn't the only tool in the box. It's not even the first tool we're reaching for, but it has to be in our suite of options. It will be part of the mix if we're serious about meeting the targets. You know your towns, you know the families that live there, the families who work the land, and I know you want what's best for your communities. And I understand that it's hard not to feel worried when you hear some of the rumours that are swirling around and the kind of apocalyptic claims that some people are making. So, the first thing I want to reassure you about is not the only tool in the box. The second thing I want to reassure you about is that I'm not coming in here for a moment pretending that water purchase has no impact on communities. It obviously does, it has in the past, but we need to be a little bit careful about teasing out the impacts of water purchase compared with all of the other things that basin communities have also been facing quite often at the same time. So since 2012, when the Basin Plan started and the Water Recovery Program began, the value of irrigated agriculture has remained pretty steady. 40% of our food and fibre is grown in the basin, 100% of Australia's rice and 90% of our cotton. And I am confident that the Murray-Darling Basin will continue to be a powerhouse of agricultural output and that there is no sign that this will diminish or waver because of what we're planning here. Now, all of you who know farming communities also know that there are multitudes of pressures on farming communities and changes that farmers are facing all the time, adapting to climate change, adopting new technologies and remaining world leading. You know that our farmers are juggling all sorts of pressures, including fluctuating commodity prices, increasing fuel prices. I mean, a volatile trade environment. We're here in South Australia, magnificent South Australian wine sitting in vats because one of our major trading partners is refusing to allow it into their market. Farm consolidation, ageing regional population, technology changes, increasing automation, the value of the Australian dollar. I mean, all of these things have an impact, and all of those things are part of the commercial calculations that farmers and farming communities are making all the time. So water is an absolutely vital part of the equation, but it's not the only part of the equation. So we need to work out where there are impacts, what those impacts are, and we will be there with communities to make sure that the very significant transitional assistance that we are putting on the table is spent well and wisely to help economies genuinely transition. So there is help there for communities that are heavily dependent on irrigation to develop new economic opportunities. And I think there'll be some of you in the room today who'll be meeting later today with officials from my department to make sure that we get the design of this program right. Pretty much everywhere I've gone, people have told me that they don't want more painted grain silos or water tanks. I've got that message. It's about genuine economic transition, not things to make you feel better briefly. The only way that we can get the design right is to have really genuine and thoughtful engagement from you. So I'm saying this actually to the people who, as much to the people who don't agree with us as to the people who do agree that we need to deliver on the whole of the plan. Talk to us now. Now is really your opportunity to get in at the design phase of the economic transition assistance and make sure that it genuinely meets the needs of the people that you are here representing today. Now, of course, one of the other criticisms that people will make is that this is, going to blow food prices out of the, out of the stratosphere. Again, food prices are affected by a lot of different inputs, and what history tells us is that all of the variables at different times obviously have an impact. Again, fuel costs, energy costs, labour at the moment, the labour shortages that so many of you are facing, transport costs, supply and demand. Cyclone Yasi made bananas a luxury good. The floods in northern New South Wales meant that every hamburger in the country had cabbage on it, not lettuce. I mean, we know that of course, food availability is affected by a whole range of impacts. The Black Summer bushfires cost agriculture between $4 billion and $5 billion. Frosts cost an estimated $700 million every year. When water recovery was at its highest in 2011 and 2012, the price of food and drinks decreased by 3.2% at that time. So again, I'm not denying that water is an important input and that it has an impact. I'm just saying this is a complex relationship, and if we pretend that it's a simple one, we're not doing anybody any service. And I think probably the final thing that I want to address in terms of the I suppose the rumours that do the rounds. A lot of people say to me, "Oh, this is just about South Australia. You're just worried about South Australia." I understand the position of South Australia. They're at the end of the river system. They are very worried about water availability here. It was South Australia that lobbied to have that 450 gigalitres of water included in the plan, but it was agreed as part of the plan. And the state at the end of the river system, for them to be making a strong case that they need to see the water that they've been promised delivered, well, I think those of you who aren't from South Australia would probably understand their point of view. They know that the trickle of river that is keeping the lower lakes alive can vanish almost overnight as water becomes scarce upstream. And a repeat of the Millennium Development, I keep saying that, the Millennium Drought, a repeat of the Millennium Drought would put the drinking water of communities in jeopardy once again. 3 million people rely on this river system for their most basic need for drinking water. Keeping the lower lakes healthy is important for South Australia, but it's necessary for the entire river system. During the Millennium Drought, when water in the Murray evaporated, salinity skyrocketed and soils became toxic. The 450 will help keep 2 million tonnes of salt pushing through the Murray Mouth into the ocean every year. It will help water another 35,000 hectares of floodplain, not just in South Australia, but in New South Wales and Victoria too. It'll also mean that towns like Bourke and Walgett and Wilcannia will see water in the driest times, just as they did when water was released in 2018. So, like you, I want the best for basin communities. I want to work with you to make sure that we have healthy rivers alongside healthy communities and a strong agricultural sector. It is not a binary choice. We can't allow it to become a binary choice. I'm confident that working together we can achieve both those environmental outcomes and strong, resilient, prosperous communities. We want to work with you as a government to do that, not just on the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, but we were talking about wine earlier, making sure that our trade agreements allow access for our products, including into crucial Chinese markets. We want to work with you and across biosecurity risks like foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease. We want to work with rural businesses to attract a skilled and sufficiently large workforce, which has been such a brake on economic development in many communities. We're investing in $300 million to grow plantation timber, $500 million in agricultural and forestry industry and fisheries industries. And in my portfolio, I want to offer regional communities and farmers in particular the opportunity of earning more money from protecting and restoring nature through our nature repair market. We're here to support rural and regional communities, the agricultural sector and the towns across the Murray-Darling Basin, and to celebrate the successes that we see. We want to make sure that our food bowl is able to keep feeding our people and underwriting our economy with export income. And that's why we're delivering the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full, because if we don't protect the river system, we won't be protecting your communities and the industries that populate them. It's not a question of prioritising the environment over agriculture or agriculture over the environment. The truth is we absolutely need both, and each depends on the other to survive. We can't have a healthy rural economy without a sustainable river system, and we can't have a prosperous basin without secure farmers. We don't want to wake up one day to a dead river system and know that we could have stopped it if we'd worked harder earlier. We have to finish what we've started. We have to deliver on the plan for the families who farm, for the communities that depend on it, for our kids and our grandkids, and for the natural environment that we want to pass on to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that insightful comments and remarks. I think the key message I heard is collaboration. It just so happens that the theme of our conference is actually collaboration. So I'm very encouraged by your words and your openness to have those discussions. So thank you very much. We've got 1 million questions already come in through Slido, but happy if anyone wants to raise a question from the floor. There's one from the back, I think is that Councillor Jeff Dobb? No? Sorry, just wait for the mic if you wouldn't mind, please.
Peter Harriet, City of Greater Shepparton. Thank you for the address, Minister. Greater Shepparton, home of the Yorta Yorta people and the Kayella River, Victoria's largest river and a very important asset in the Murray-Darling Basin area. Minister, you made comments, more accountability measures and greater accountability. And I'd ask if you could expand on what that actually means, because we've been hearing recently from the Inspector General of Water Compliance saying that not only is there lack of accountability, but there's lack of transparency and integrity in the plan, or there has been over recent years, and that was a particular reference to the water resource plans. So I'd ask you how you propose to have that greater transparency and integrity and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have been working very closely with the Inspector General of Water Compliance. The water resource plans are an obvious place to start. The New South Wales plans, as you know, all plans were due in 2019, and in 2019 New South Wales had none of theirs done. We are very slowly working not that slowly, to be honest, as a new federal government and a new state government to get those plans in. I think I would have to check the numbers because we're accrediting them all the time, but at last count, I think we had accredited 7 and had another 5 before us. You might know off the top of your head, do you?
The New South Wales
Yes.
RAP? There's, out of 23, I believe 18 are still outstanding.
No, that's
less,
not right. So, no, we've accredited at least 5, and I think it's 7, but I would have to check the numbers. And we've got a bunch of others before us now. The incoming New South Wales government has actually taken a couple back because they didn't think they were good enough, and they'll resubmit those. But that's a really obvious example. I mean, these plans were due in 2019. Until the plans are submitted, the Inspector General's got nothing to hold the New South Wales government to account on. So we need to do those as a priority. We're also looking at a number of additional powers for the Inspector General of Water Compliance. We've also, of course, as part of the legislative package that we've got in the Parliament, we're working on progressing the water trading and water markets transparency and accountability measures that have been previously recommended. We know that this is a multi-billion-dollar industry now, and the most people, I'm sure, are trying to do the right thing, but there are obviously cowboys operating in the market, and there's insufficient information for people just to make good decisions when they want to invest in water purchase or buying or selling water. So the transparency and accountability measures for the water markets are really important. And I think, I think for the Commonwealth, one of the most important things that we can do is be prepared to be measured against the commitments that we've made. I mean, the number of reports that were, there's no point going over what the last government did, but there were reports that should have been released in a timely fashion that were kept secret because they told a story of lack of progress against the plan. We're not prepared to do that. I want to be upfront about how we're going, the challenge that we face, sure, but how we're working to meet those challenges as well.
Thank you, Minister. Andrew Kassebaum from our Chair of Region 5 would like to know, will LATUO and MDBA be involved in identifying strategic locations for the water buybacks?
Well, so there's two things that are happening with water purchase at the moment, and the first is the water purchase that is underway at the moment to help us meet the Bridging the Gap target for water purchase. I'm not going to, make announcements about that today, but I can tell you that we had a very successful tender process for that, and we're evaluating those tenders, the offers that were made at the moment, and we'll be able to respond to those offers shortly. They're obviously on a catchment by catchment basis, and when we work on any water purchase that becomes part of the 450 target, there's a few things that we'll be looking for. We'll be looking for water purchase that minimises social and economic impact. We'll be looking for water purchase that is good value for taxpayers' dollars, and we'll be looking for water purchase that has maximum environmental utility. So we're not just going to take any offer that drops on the table. I know that a lot of people feel that when water purchase was done in the past, particularly around that 2011-2012 time when it was very high rates of water purchase, that the Commonwealth was just buying whatever was on offer to maximise numbers. That's not the approach that we intend to take this time. We need to make sure that wherever we can, if we get offers at the end of an irrigation system, that is more attractive to me than something that is in a more critical part of an irrigation system. Obviously it is. We're looking at issues like land and water purchase. We're looking at opportunities like land and water purchase as well. So yes, we'll have regard to the environmental utility of the water that we're buying and to the social and economic impacts of the purchases.
Thank you, Minister. The question from the floor, I think that's Melissa.
Thank you, Tanya, for your amazing address. It's very refreshing after 4 years on the immediate past chair of Region 6. I'm also a consultant, so I have eyes and ears on the ground. I'm an agricultural environmental consultant. So we're South Australia, driest state and driest continent. We've got some of the best world recognised water infrastructure projects in the globe, and we also manage our water use efficiency very well. And but we haven't, one of the things that we haven't heard is about the groundwater and that being addressed, and I feel like that may be getting lost in the wash longer term. And one of the things that we hear like out in the ground, and particularly through National Farmers Federation, is they're concerned about more water going into the soil and less runoff, and I think that's a real concern because that will diminish our groundwater supplies as well. So is that being addressed much in the plan, and how can we use projects like the Water Use Efficient award-winning projects in South Australia to leverage off of? Because I feel like we've got a long way to go there. There's a huge opportunity, and I think it could be used as an alternative to this buyback. So go, well, if you do this better, we need to buy back less. Yeah.
Okay, that is a really big question. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Well, the groundwater is the main thing under that,
Yeah,
the water infrastructure and how that all works together. But the groundwater is something that we forget about. So is that being?
Yeah. No, we don't forget about groundwater. We do obviously consider groundwater, and we are very engaged in the science of the hydrology around groundwater as well. But there's a few things in what you've asked. So yes, of course, we're considering groundwater. You talk about the efficiency projects that have been successful in South Australia, and there are some great ones. And really, I want to be honest with you, it's not just South Australia. Like right across the Murray-Darling Basin system, I've seen great examples of either big infrastructure projects or individual water users using every drop of water more efficiently. And wherever we can do that, big tick, that means less water that we need to recover in other ways. And I really want to emphasise this with you. We are very open to all sorts of either water projects or rules changes or flexible options for delivering on our targets. You mentioned water going into the ground. This is actually one of the things that we're looking at the science of. Should we be looking at more or better managed aquifer recharge? Just as an example, we know that there are other jurisdictions that have similar climates to ours that do have a substantial program of managed aquifer recharging. So I suppose the general answer to your question is we're trying to achieve these objectives. We're not trying to close down options to achieve the objectives. We're trying to open up options for achieving objectives.
Thank you, Minister. There's a question, I think, from Berkshire Council.
Thank you, Minister, and welcome here today and making a presentation. My name is Barry Holman. I'm the Mayor of Berkshire Council, and next to me is my General Manager, Leonie Brown. We left Burke yesterday at 5:45 because we were worried about water security for our community. We drove 1,200 kilometres yesterday because the community we feel is worth protecting. We have been informed that the Coorong is seeking 450 megalitres to secure the future of their community. Burke will go into water restrictions shortly because all our water has gone past from the previous floods that we've had. Hundreds of thousands of megalitres will be headed for the Coorong and other communities downstream. Burke has for many years been lobbying for water security for our town, raising the current REA or some other measure. This project for the final business case is yet to be funded, with both governments not taking the responsibility for funding. My question is, what makes the community south of Burke more important than Burke, when we too have environmental assets of significance? And in closing, Minister, my town, unfortunately, was one of the ones that had no running river for 450 days. And quite frankly, I don't ever want to see it happen again. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And it's always, you know, Burke is one of the towns that I think of, and you know I've mentioned often the impact that Millennium Drought had on Burke when the riverbed was dry for more than 400 days. Shocking. And obviously that has catastrophic environmental impacts. It does. We know that there are, you know, sections of the river system where the Murray cod have gone, and who knows if they'll ever come back, just as one example. But it also has the most devastating psychological impact, not just on farmers, but on the whole community. Like I've talked to people who talk just as you have a moment ago about you never want to see that again. But we know there'll be drought in Australia again. So what we've got to do is best prepare for that. And there's no community that is more important than any other community. We're not saying that South Australia is going to get water at Burke's expense. The whole purpose of the plan and the changes that we're making to it is to try and have those little bits of water that keep towns like Burke alive during the driest times, so that when the rain comes again, you've been hanging on to what you need to make it through the dry times. That is our whole intention, and our whole purpose here is to give Simon some water so that during the worst times he can keep communities and plants and animals hanging on. Because not only does Australia have, we know from our history that we are a drought-prone nation. That's getting worse. It's not getting better. And if we deny that and stick our heads in the sand and pretend that's not happening, we've got no hope of dealing with what you're describing. So the dealing with it is hard. It's complicated. People have already made sacrifices. It'll be uncomfortable. I know that people will hate me during it. Tony Burke tells me if I'm not being burnt in effigy in country towns, I'm not doing my job. I get that this is controversial and that it is difficult and that people will feel like I'm making sacrifices and other towns haven't had to. That's not what we're doing here. What we're doing is trying to take where we can with least impact so that we can give everywhere when it's necessary. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Minister. There's a question from the back. I can't see who it is. Is that
Jamie Chaffey,
Jamie?
Chair of Region 11 in the Northern Basin of the MDA. Minister, great to see you and hear your presentation this morning. Just to clarify a comment you just made, are you saying that environmental water that's released will be available in those dry times for critical human need?
Well, you've got the Commonwealth Environment Water Holder here, and I think, that's what we've used it for in the past, and we've got a great sort of series of success stories. But has the Chew already spoken today?
Yes.
Yeah. Get them up and get some of these success stories, because I think already with part of the plan delivered, you can see examples of that. What we're trying to do is deliver fully on the plan so we can deliver fully on that objective.
There are so many good questions coming in, so I'm just trying to keep up with the Minister.
Oh, that's okay. I can be here till Thursday.
We might need to with the questions. How will you bring Victoria back into the plan going forward? Is there an opportunity now that Premier Andrew has resigned?
Look, I hope so. The Victorian position makes absolutely no sense to me. We have been working constructively. The Victorian public servants have been well engaged with ours. I've had many conversations with the Water Minister and with the previous Premier, outgoing Premier. The essential thing here is that the Victorian Government doesn't want any voluntary water purchase. Well, neither does the New South Wales Government. They've made that clear too. But as the Commonwealth Minister, I know that I can't deliver on the legislated objectives of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which all of the relevant states and the ACT have signed up to too, by the way, those objectives. I can't deliver on those objectives without some measure of voluntary water purchase as part of the mix. So by not signing up to the plan, the Victorian Government doesn't avoid that. They simply make it harder to deliver on the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism projects, the constraints projects, and the other things that reduce the need for voluntary water purchase. So I'm very hopeful that over time the Victorian Government will see that signing up to what we're proposing is essentially all upside for them.
Thank you, Minister. So many questions coming in, I'm trying to work out. Will desalination be on the agenda for water usage in Australia as a backup for drought times?
Look, I do know that a number of state governments are considering further investment in desalination. I think it is probably a realistic thing for governments to be planning in this area. Obviously, where we can reduce water use rather than rely on desal, that is preferable. Desalination obviously has environmental impacts of its own, but I'm not, let's put it this way, I'm not surprised that state governments are considering this, particularly for urban water supply needs.
Thank you. Jeff?
Mind you, if the experience is anything like the Sydney desal plant, all you need to do is build the desalination plant and the rain will start. It's like washing your car.
Jeff Chapman-Hayes asked a question about efficiency. What has changed in the bureaucracy that the community will not suffer through the easy option of buybacks because of the slow progress by bureaucracy? So I think the question is really around how do we make sure that the delivering, the execution is efficient, not just the buybacks?
Well, the minister's changed. I hope that might make a difference. I think we know a lot more now than we did 10 years ago as well about how we do this well and how we get good environmental outcomes, good economic outcomes, value for money. I've made it very clear to the people who are working on these projects that listening to affected communities and where we can taking practical advice is something that gives us better outcomes in the long term. I think the biggest thing that has changed, though, is we've got 10 years of experience to draw on that should inform better practice.
Thank you, Minister. We've got so many questions, but in the interest of time, I'll take maybe one or two questions from the back. Thank you, Andrew.
Minister, Andrew Casaubon, Region 5. It's time to be bold. I think we may need a referendum, but it's time to cede the powers from the states to the federal government and take control of the water across the basin, because the basin is a compromise. So until it's controlled by one government, it's going to be a continuous compromise. Thoughts?
I might finish off this referendum before I get into another one. Look, of course it involves compromise and you know, it's always tempting to say, if I had, you know, sole control of it, things would run much more smoothly. The flip side of that is compromise does, although it can slow things down, that can also give you the opportunity of listening much better to people's concerns and perhaps addressing them more successfully along the way. So, however frustrating it is to deal with multiple levels of government, what you get in that case is broader perspectives and more information and opinion that sometimes helps us make better decisions in the long run.
Thank you, Minister. And the final question goes to Mayor Jamie Chaffey at the back.
Thank you. Minister, could you please share with us your government's view on infrastructure building water storages and where that may fit into the future for us? More dams?
More dams. We've actually got a really large water infrastructure building program still underway with billions of dollars being invested and to be invested. I think some of the problems with earlier announcements, so the previous government promised 100 dams and they delivered 2. Some of them, I think, were quite unrealistic proposals with insufficient attention to early planning stages. So we're absolutely open to all sorts of water projects. We've got a $300 million project to supply Darwin's water. We've got more than $100 million for Cairns water supply. We've got quite small water projects in very remote communities, sometimes, you know, in the order of 10, 15, $30 million, but, you know, obviously making a big difference to town water supplies in those communities, irrigation projects in northern Tasmania. And there's still a lot of investment in water projects, including dams. They just need to make sense. They need to obviously have the support of state governments in the first instance, and they need to make sense for where they are and what they're offering. I think one of the most important things that I should say, the National Water Grid originally, as the criteria were written under the previous government, didn't really allow projects that were just designed to improve town water supplies. And one of the most critical changes we've made is to allow projects that don't necessarily have an agricultural component or an irrigation component, but just address town water supplies. And I think So you do see a slightly different type of project coming forward because of that.
Minister, I've had so many questions. I apologise to the members. I couldn't get to all of them, but we need to move on. So please, on behalf of the audience, please accept my thanks for... Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. So, just as we change the room, if anyone needs to just take a 2-minute break, and before we welcome the Inspector General of Water Compliance, please take a moment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could you resume your seats and we'll get going again. It's my great privilege to introduce our next speaker, who's the Deputy Inspector General of Water Compliance, Mr. Daniel Blacker. Daniel joined as the Deputy Inspector General of Water Compliance at the commencement of the Independent Inspector General on 5th of August 2021. Daniel is responsible for the Water Regulation Group, which undertakes compliance monitoring, investigations and audits within the Murray-Darling Basin. In his role overseeing the regulation function, Daniel maintains areas where subject matter expertise is required into technical and complex water management functions, including annual sustainable diversion limits, compliance statements, water trade matters, legislative obligations, regulatory reform and case management. Please join me in welcoming Daniel Blacker.
Thank you and good morning. I begin today by acknowledging the Ngarrindjeri people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today. And I pay my respects to their elders past and present. I'd also like to extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I'd like to thank the Murray-Darling Association for the opportunity to speak at this 79th National Conference, hosted here in the great city of Murray Bridge. The Inspector General of Water Compliance, the Honourable Troy Grant, extends his best wishes to all of the members of the MDA regions across the basin and hopes you all have a safe and successful National Conference. Partnership through collaboration across the basin, a worthy theme for this year's National Conference. Partnership and collaboration, two words that are often injected into phrases across all levels of government when entities strive to deliver an outcome together. They are words that reinforce the notion of a team or a group effort. They are words that are designed to give us some comfort when demonstrating or explaining that what we are trying to do cannot be delivered by me, myself, or I, but rather it's a team effort to make something happen. In the lead up to the Federation of Australia, the 6 colonies in 1901 laid bare the need for a greater partnership and collaboration across issues stretching to all 4 corners of this country. They thought about things like transport, currency, defence, immigration and free trade. The history books since European settlement in Australia show that southeastern Australia experienced 27 drought years between 1788 and 1860. Subsequently, there were at least 10 major droughts between 1860 and the year 2000. The Millennium Drought, which we often refer to, so 2001 to 2009, was one of the most severe. But in 2017, drought set in again across the basin. I'm sure many of the MDA members in the room have the memories of the severe water restrictions, the relentless media coverage of day zero, and the sight of water carting trucks making endless runs in and out of your towns. That would be firmly entrenched in living memories. Thankfully, the back of that drought, now regarded as the worst since European settlement, would break in 2020. I'm sure that the pandemic that started in 2020 felt like to all of us that it would never end. But it was then very closely followed by flooding across many parts of eastern Australia. It makes the most recent drought feel like it was a very long time ago, but it was just under 3 years to be exact. If we go further back in our history, the Federation drought earned its name due to its grip across the land, coinciding with Australia's Federation in 1901. Many consider this nationwide drought to have been the most destructive in Australian recorded history at the time. The widespread toll that it took on sheep and cattle numbers nationally was both destructive and near catastrophic. Ironically, it would be many, many years later that the Federation recognised a greater need for partnership and collaboration across water management in the best interests of the nation. Water in Australia remains a critical and finite resource. It also remains a highly contentious and emotive topic. There's an enormous amount of change happening at the moment in a very short period of time. We've got legislative change, we've got new plans, we've got delivery of new infrastructure, and we've got water recovery. All of this requires partnerships and collaboration across the three tiers of government and also across the community. But what if the community doesn't feel that their respective governments, water regulators or water operators are working in an environment of partnership or collaboration? What if the community has a loss of confidence or trust in those who, through their operations and regulations, keep the rivers flowing? What if the community has a loss of trust and confidence in those who legislate on water or enforce that legislation? What if the community has a loss of confidence or trust in its local water service providers? Almost immediately after being established and stood up in August of 2021, it was important for us as the Inspector General of Water Compliance to understand the current baseline of community sentiment regarding trust and confidence in water management across the basin. It was also important for us to track and measure awareness of us as a new independent entity, and for us to track and measure the performance of other water management agencies over time. It was also critical to seek an understanding of the drivers behind that sentiment held by various stakeholders and communities throughout the basin so that we could address areas where improvements in trust and confidence were most needed. The Inspector General engaged an Australian-owned company with extensive experience in community engagement and research. The research we undertook aimed to set a baseline of evidence to understand the drivers of trust and confidence in water management across the Murray-Darling Basin. The findings shape our work to address community needs and their expectations of us as an independent integrity, compliance and oversight body. We are oversighting the basin's governments, its water operators and regulators. Our first annual community sentiment survey results were published in July this year. The results are available on our website, and I won't take this time with you all to step you through each detailed finding because it is quite comprehensive. But what I will do is highlight some of the key concerns that influenced the community sentiment in relation to how they see governments, water operators and regulators doing their job, and how that affects those communities, many of whom are in your local government areas. Of the nearly 1,200 people surveyed, a mix of water licence holders, basin community members and First Nations people, the key results showed of the basin community members, 77% did not know they lived in the Murray-Darling Basin. 49% of First Nations people surveyed did not know they lived in the Murray-Darling Basin. 20% of water licence holders surveyed did not know they lived in the Murray-Darling Basin. Interestingly, of those who had heard of the basin or identified as living within it, only 6% were able to correctly identify all basin states and the territory, with the ACT being the least known despite it being the most densely populated area within the basin. When the survey asked people to determine the characteristics they expected of decision makers in water management, researchers found a very strong and consistent response. people want cooperation and collaboration between governments and agencies. They want that with federal oversight to support consistency of management across the basin. Responses overall indicated that top concerns in water management in the basin related to the distribution and allocation of water, as well as sustainability of the system for the future, and that included extreme weather events and the environment. There were very strong emotions associated with compliance, and with most community members and water licence holders reporting that they get very angry with those who do not follow the rules. There was also a perception that people often took more water than they were allowed to. We have observed in our first 2 years that when you ask people about compliance, the answer is inevitably always the same. We're following the rules, but others are not. We have observed that people have low levels of trust beyond what they can see or touch in their local area. And it's the same no matter where we are in the basin. There is a big job ahead of us to explain what regulators are doing across the basin to rebuild that trust. Partnership through collaboration across the basin. It's something that we can collectively use to engage with water licence holders, First Nations people, and communities within your local government areas. We have a mantra: communicating is educating. And this thinking drives our approach whenever we are on the ground meeting with people all across the basin. So how is the Inspector General engaging with communities in the basin? How do people out in the basin get an understanding of who we are and what we do? How do they know when or if they need to contact us? Last year, we assessed the compliance systems in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and the ACT. And one of the key findings was that the complexity of water management was a big source of community frustration. And that frustration undermines trust and confidence. Let me begin by breaking that down a bit and highlighting how the Inspector General and the MDA members can increase foundational knowledge across the basin, while ensuring those with concerns can navigate their way through the complex tapestry of organisations with legislative and operational responsibilities in water throughout the basin. The Inspector General has invested in a field officers network. That's a physical office and a human presence. We're based in Loxton, Dubbo, Albury, Mildura and Goondiwindi. These field officers are the cornerstone of our engagement capability, and they perform the role of the eyes and ears of the Inspector General. These field officers are locals. They are people with comprehensive contacts across a diverse network in the areas where they live. Field officers are not investigators, nor are they compliance officers. They are contacts for the community seeking information or advice from the Inspector General, or for people trying to understand who to talk to in other Commonwealth, state or local government agencies. They are there to support the Inspector General on the ground and act as a direct line of communication with the Independent Inspector General, and also through the Inspector General directly with governments. I'm just going to play a short 2-minute video. We'll check out the tech and hopefully this one works. But here's a little of what a field officer does. And this will be about Matt, and Matt is based in Mildura.
You have to be a people's person. You need to be able to meet someone you've never met before, form a connection, be able to gain trust, develop that relationship, have a two-way communication offering, being able to give and receive information and help educate and be educated at the same time.
It's not profitable, and it probably won't be until the market turns around. Yeah.
I'm Matt, I live in Mildura. I work for the Inspector General of Water Compliance as a field officer. So a typical day for me involves reaching out to stakeholders within the community that have vested interest in the water industry, making connections with them, be it on the phone, via Teams or in person.
Hey, Matt, how you going?
Good, good. So I don't have the greatest reception out here, so I could drop in or out at any time. Yeah, we haven't really ventured out that way yet much. So, and that'll be the end of the day. I'll let you know once I've got to the accommodation there.
Being new into the water industry, I've been doing a lot of research into the Murray-Darling Basin as a whole, and more specifically into the environment more local to the Mildura area, investigating hot topics, issues and problems people have identified within the community.
The types of farms I visit while on the road range from your table grapes that are predominantly closer to home, near Mildura for me, including things like citrus, almond farms. I can also head out to some dryland grazers, anything along those lines. A lot of stone fruit, a lot of fruit and veg as well.
One of the major projects I as a field officer am responsible for is conducting what we call field surveys. So these field surveys are conducted when meeting people in the community that will be used to track public trust and confidence throughout the basin on various issues. And I'm really looking forward to conducting these surveys when I am meeting with people in my community.
So I think it's like, realistically, we should know what we're doing, and that snap decision making is what we need on the weekend as well.
It was this year I became captain of the Merbein Football Club, which I've got a deep history there with my grandparents, great-grandparents, so born and bred and definitely a homegrown boy there. Being able to access the contacts through the football club has been huge for me. I'd say my first 4 or 5 engagements were catching up with local irrigators, local board members, people through the football club that I knew that were more than willing to help educate me and get me going on my journey within the water industry.
And just in case I haven't embarrassed Matt enough, he's sitting down the front here and happy to catch up for a cup of tea in the break. Our field officers cover over 1 million square kilometres of the Murray-Darling Basin, or 14% of Australia's landmass. We are encouraging people with concerns or questions to call us on 13 IGWC, or more specifically 13 44 92. We're communicating with and educating our audience through engaging digital content. Our approach is to make easy to understand water-related material for the general public. We are trying to avoid the pitfall of producing content by subject matter specialists for other subject matter specialists. We know this misses the mark for your communities. Our video content uses explainer videos to break down complex content through visual representations and aims to explain issues in plain English. Our podcast series, which we've recently commenced, called Water's Edge, is growing in reach and popularity. And we use that for myth busting as one way of giving our audience clarity on issues. We're cutting through the technical jargon and making that Water's Edge podcast far more conversational and including a diverse cross-section of spoken talent from other water agencies and also communities to drive those conversations. Our simplified infographics and design on products like our metering report card aim to easily explain some of the complexities of water reform and where implementation is up to. Our plain English approach makes our audits and our other reports more accessible to those wanting to know what we found in areas we've looked into. To put our engagement into context, our field officers completed 760 engagements across the Murray-Darling Basin last year. The things people talked to us about the most were environmental water, metering, trust and confidence, buybacks, and river operations. This year, we are planning further engagements with the community at various locations across the basin, including field days, community and town shows and fairs, career days, sale yards, and we'll be on the ground visiting towns throughout the basin. We're meeting and greeting community members and stopping to have a chat and get to know what water issues are affecting your communities. Put simply, when we communicate, we educate. We recognise that to better build trust and confidence in water management and also compliance throughout the basin, the audience must firstly know what the basin is, where it is, and if they live in it. Secondly, they need to know what our role is and what we do and do not do. Thirdly, it's important that we get some content and its context into people's hands. We need to explain to people how we are independent, what we are overseeing, what is compliance, and what is being done to make sure people follow the rules. It's difficult to gauge exactly where we are at in the wet and dry cycle of the basin. Some people we are meeting with are still working hard to recover from the drought 3 years ago. Some people are recovering from floods last year. Some are experiencing the sweet spot after the wet and before the dry. Some are already drying out, and very quickly, I might add. I think everybody in this room recognises that eventually we're returning to drier conditions. Just like the last drought, the memories of COVID and floods will pass into the back of the minds of our communities very quickly. It's an uncomfortable reality that many local government areas are already or may soon need to shift their focus to bushfires, resilience and recovery, drought mitigation or response. Dry times could reappear as soon as 12 to 24 months in some areas across the basin, depending on rainfall. The sight of water carting trucks in town could once again be a regular thing. The community will inevitably ask at that point, where has all the water gone and what are you doing about it? I would never advocate that any of us has the silver bullet for what Mother Nature has in store for our communities in the coming years. But what we are advocating for is partnership through collaboration across the basin. With you and your members, we want to build awareness of the presence and the access to the Inspector General in your local government areas. We want to build awareness of the basin in your communities and in turn rebuild trust and confidence in water management throughout the basin. We want to assist you with understanding our role as an independent integrity agency and what our powers are to hold governments and regulators to account on their obligations. We want to act on your behalf and on behalf of your communities if they see or know of wrongdoing by governments, water operators, regulators, water traders or users within your areas. I once again thank the Murray-Darling Association for the generous opportunity to speak here today and showcase how the Inspector General of Water Compliance looks forward to being able to work with you all in partnership through collaboration across the basin. I wish you all a successful and enjoyable 79th National Conference. Thank you.
Before Daniel leaves the stage, we have time for one or two questions, if there are any. Has anyone got any questions from the floor? I'll just take one from Slido, if I may. Daniel, when people see wrongdoing, they see, you know, as you said earlier, sometimes I'm doing the right thing, but I know of others who aren't. What's the easiest way for people to communicate?
So for us, it's either through the Field Officer Network or to give us a call. So we work very closely with state regulators as well. So what we don't want to do is duplicate what they do on the ground. We're not out checking meters. That's the state regulators' role. Right. But we're happy to take that information on first pass, look at what it is, we triage it, we work out, is it within our jurisdiction? Is there something we should be doing as the federal regulator? We've just been nominated under the new National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation as an integrity agency. through that legislation, so that brings extra responsibilities for us in relation to conduct in that space as well. So we look at all of those things when information comes through the door. We decide if we need to act in response to that. We've got an investigations team, we've got an audit team, they're very active, and sometimes we refer those to other agencies. But it depends what it is, but we encourage people to knock on our door and let us know what their concern is.
Well, thank you to all the Inspector General team and also to Matt, the star of the video, so thank you. Please join me. Before lunch, we have a presentation by PSTR, Public Safety Training Response. Now, for those of you who were with us on Monday night at the rowing club, the Murray Bridge Rowing Centre, you would have seen the drone. And I think to understand the context, I'm asking Trevor Arnold from PSTR to explain a bit about why drone technology and the role that they play in helping a safety response and what it means to local government. So thank you. Over to you, Trevor.
Thank you, and thanks to the Murray-Darling Association for allowing us to be able to present today. It's a little bit more varied than just our amazing drone technology, but we'll certainly cover off on some of the equipment that we have that may be of assistance to you either before, during or after disasters. My name's Trevor Arnold. I'm the operations guy, and I'm mindful that I'm standing here in between yourselves and lunch, so I'll try and keep this as pertinent as we possibly can. I've had a 40-year career within the emergency services, most of it here in South Australia, and I've responded to most large disasters that have happened here and some overseas. So unless you've got an appointment with me in your calendar, I'm probably the guy that you don't want to see. I'm the one who will be coming in a variety of different uniforms sometimes to help you as we go through. Technology is doing the right thing. Here we go. So a little bit about Public Safety Training and Response Group. We're an Australian-owned business. We have our headquarters up in Brisbane, and we have both national operations here in Australia, but also some international operations. We're currently working in the US on some of the major fires over there, and we have other teams in various places around the world. We are a veteran-owned business, so we're independently owned and very proud that we are also an employer of veterans. You can see from the screen here we provide some highly trained personnel. In fact, our people regularly travel overseas to ensure that we are training not only to the Australian standards, but also to world's best practice. As you'll see as we go through this presentation, we've got some amazing equipment. We've already spoken about the drone, and some of you came and saw that on Monday night, which is a new tethered system, which provides much more capability than your traditional battery-powered, flown by a pilot-style drone. We're also a registered training organisation here in Australia, and we're very proud of our world-class training facility that we have here at Oxley in Brisbane. As part of that training, we provide nationally recognised public safety training, and one of the things that we try with all of our training is to make sure that people are job ready. So not just, and I hate to use the phrase, but the tick in the box when people attend a training course, but we use real life scenarios. We make sure that when people finish one of our courses, that they are actually ready to go out into the world and conduct the job as they were trained. We use a lot of external accreditation. So, for instance, if we are teaching somebody how to fly a remotely piloted aircraft, then we're also teaching people through the Civil Aviation Safety Authority regulations. If we're teaching people to do safety around water, then we use Rescue 3 International, who are the biggest provider of water and rope rescue services in the world. We use them to audit all of our training, so we know that we are world's best practice. And the other thing that we have is our mental health training. We're currently providing mental health training not only here in Australia, but overseas in the US. And that was a real feather in our cap for people to take an Australian course on mental health first aid and to be providing that in the USA. So I'd like to talk a little bit about response and resource sharing. Equipment, as we know, is expensive, and we've already heard about the changing climate in Australia, where we're going from drought to flood and back to drought again. So one of the services that we offer is that we hold many of this expensive services and equipment that a lot of local governments, particularly in the smaller areas, don't have available to them all the time. Some of those things, and we'll show you some photos in a moment, high clearance vehicles. They have become very, very popular in the flood world these days, even though we advertise for people never to drive through floodwaters. We are now seeing this evidence of high clearance vehicles have some application in floods. They're very, very expensive, and they need a high level of training. So instead of somebody owning their own high clearance vehicles, we're happy to own the vehicles, own the risk, and come and use them when they're needed. We're pioneering jet skis in swiftwater rescue and floodwater rescue. It's not done in Australia at the moment. The people that are using jet skis are generally out in the ocean, so our surf life savings. But we're looking now at how they can be used much better in swiftwater and floodwater scenarios. We spent some time with the Los Angeles County Fire Department, who have pioneered this, and looking at how we use them safely, not creating wash, not making further damage to flooded areas with what is quite a powerful machine. We have a network of flood boats, and we can assist you with rescue, with resupply and evacuation. And when we talk about rescue, we're not trying to replace your local emergency services, whether they be career or volunteer. We're looking to be as an adjunct to those services and making sure that if there is any fatigue anywhere where volunteers need to get back to work, we can actually take over some of that work for them. As I mentioned, we have a flood and swiftwater rescue teams. We've been to America twice for 2 years for the International Swiftwater Challenge, which turns out to be about 100 American firefighters and a small team from us in Australia. And we've been fortunate enough both years to bring back some medals. So we know we're doing the right thing. We've got an ever-expanding fleet of helicopters, which can be used for anything from moving people, moving supplies, fire bucketing, and general coastal surveillance or surveillance of floods. And remote piloted aircraft, one that you may have seen on Monday night. One of the important things with our RPAS, or our drones as many people call them, is that they are all on the blue list. We've got rid of any of our drones that do not meet with the new federal government compliance. So data security and data integrity is first in our mind. And for anybody who gets up to Brisbane or up to Oxley, we have a state-of-the-art incident management and control centre, which we would love for people to come and see, which can be bolted on to any existing incident management area. So some of the things that you can see up on the screen there, there's some major issues for Australia which are being addressed at federal level as we speak, but the over-reliance on the Australian Defence Force for disaster response and recovery. We know that there are some changing environments and the military may not always be available to come to aid when we have major disasters. We know that the cost of those disasters is increasing and it's a heavy burden not only on taxpayers but particularly on local governments. What we're hoping to be able to provide is that peak season demand for people and equipment. I was here in Murray Bridge for almost 90 days for the last flood that came down the Murray. And there were other disasters going on all around the country. So making sure that you have some surge capacity when emergency services are stretched is one of the things that we endeavour to achieve. And we believe that one of those solutions is in this public-private partnership model. So spreading the cost, spreading the burden, and us being available when you need it in your particular area rather than you owning some of the assets. Just to give you a bit of an idea of some of our equipment, you can see our flood boats there up on the top left-hand side, jet skis, which, as I said, are the first time that they're being used in Australia, and some specialty flood equipment. So equipment that can go where traditional boats can't. So the yellow thing we affectionately call the banana boat can be waded even into people's homes. We did it when the Onkaparinga flooded here, taking it right up to the front door with no wash and evacuating people out of their homes. So we have a whole section of those. Whoops. And high clearance vehicles. To give you an idea of those high clearance vehicles, the base investment is well over $500,000. So I could not imagine everybody going out and buying one each, but we can certainly provide some of that service for you. We went for a modular option, so the back comes off and then it can just actually take people, it can take supplies, as well as having some very highly sophisticated rescue equipment on the vehicle before we take the pod off the back. And a tethered drone system called PhotoKite that can actually be portable in almost a suitcase size, or it can actually be on the roof of our vehicle. We turn up, press the button, the doors open as you can see there, the drone goes up and it can sit there for as long as the vehicle can provide power. So unlike traditional drones that have about a 20-minute or so battery life, this thing can sit there all day, provides infrared, direct feeds back to your offices or your incident management centres. And it's amazing for me as a responder to be able to get that up in the air and get a much better global picture than what I can see from the ground. So working together is the key for us, and keeping our people safe along with the environment and the infrastructure is obviously all of our highest priority. And just before we wander into lunch, I'd just like to do a little bit about flood. And we ran a very successful program in South Australia here, and I'm not saying Public Safety Training and Response Group, it was my former employer, working with LGA here in South Australia with our iResponder program. So looking after field staff to make sure that they were safe in bushfires, but also safe in floods. And I did that flood section for a number of years. And people think that they wouldn't drive into a bushfire. Bushfire's hot, hurt, sexy. Unfortunately, they don't have the same respect for floods. And every year, I actually rescue people that have tried to drive through floods. Lots of statistics about people dying in floodwaters, and we started keeping these statistics about 2010, 2011, which was the time around the big floods up in Queensland. And we thought that the amount of people that were dying or being hurt was a small snapshot in time. So we went forward 4 years and we found out that nothing's changed. People are still dying in floodwaters. And if you do the same stats today, you'll find that people are still dying in floodwaters and unfortunately with regular monotony. So some recent studies, you'll see there that there are more deaths from floods and storms than there are from bushfires. Take any sort of snapshot in time and you will find out that there are those statistics, but we did a snapshot in 2000 to 2015 and 182 people lost their lives in floods. The highest cause of death was for people trying to cross floodwaters. But the second highest cause of death, which is important to us, was people that work around floodwaters. So making sure, again, if I go back to my earlier slide, that we're keeping our people safe. One of the challenges that we have is if you go out and buy a new four-wheel drive now, they will tell you that it has a wading depth. One of the companies advertised 800 millimetres, 800 millimetres, about yay high, that you can drive through safely with your four-wheel drive. What they don't tell you is that's in flat water on a nice firm solid base. They don't tell you that 15 centimetres of water can float your average family sedan and wash it off down the stream. So we're getting a lot of people who are, using their vehicle and challenging it. However, it becomes a bit of a problem for us as responders. And just to give you a bit of an idea of the power of some of this water that people try and cross. Water is powerful and it doesn't stop. Even over the last couple of days, there's one of the YouTube clips going around with a chappie on his car and a caravan, and he's sitting on the roof of the caravan as the whole thing is floating down the stream, which he tried to cross. So never underestimate what people will try and do. If I can just cast your mind up to the screen here, and we want to talk a little bit about pre-planning and making sure that you've got your plans in place and we're available to help you with those plans if needed. But at the top of the screen there was a river that was full to capacity and was about to burst. And if you look at the water tank on the bottom right of the screen and use that as your gauge and the timestamp of 3:16. So potentially we've got people working down around that water tank area. So let me just add on 11 minutes of the water coming down the valley and into that area. So we've gone from that to that in 11 minutes. Let's just add on another 7 minutes and it's almost gone. And in 22 minutes from when it started to finish, that is not survivable. So if you have areas in your local area that are like that, then it should be part of your risk management and your risk planning and where you send your people and staff. And we talk about pre-planning and the things that we are seeing nationally is soft road closures don't work. I've seen road closure signs thrown over on the side of the road. So we can put up as many of these signs as we want and people will still think it doesn't apply to me. And I've got a new four-wheel drive and I'll be able to drive across there. So again, in your pre-planning, thinking about how you're going to manage those road closures. For our staff that drive around, and I say our staff, everybody in this room, you know, making sure that they've had some information about driving in wet and nasty conditions. If they're working and travelling at night, you know, disasters don't have a time clock on them, but things change. I have personally been driving down a road and ended up, you know, in water that I probably didn't want to be because it was difficult to see of the night time. And the message that we try and put out to people is never drive through floodwater. But as workers, sometimes we have to get close to that. So never drive through floodwaters unless you're absolutely sure of its depth, because that was one of the challenges. You know, the road that was there yesterday is not there today. So not driving through floodwaters, and my colleagues from the fire service know that this is a very famous clip that's kind of been around, so they're not too concerned about me showing them. One of the things that we can help you with, and we like to see, are a one-page plan or a plan on a page for known response areas. So this particular one is an area here in South Australia. Don't need to read all the stuff on it, but what it does, it tells responders where the incidents have typically happened and what they're likely to find when they get there. One of the challenges with this particular area is if you follow Google Maps, which most people do, and you are trying to respond down to here, Google Maps puts you up the expressway and sends you up here, which is a dirt road. And if it's had any more than about 4 or 5 mils of rain, it's impassable. So all of the emergency services end up that road and need some rescue themselves. So having this common plan on a page, which is available on you know, websites and to your emergency responders, allows you to pre-plan this, because there is nothing more embarrassing than, you know, your local council vehicle or an emergency services vehicle, front page of the paper, bogged up to its axles or its people, not in a good state. Some of the little things that we talk about to people about reporting. So if somebody reports an incident to you, north and south on the screens doesn't work for us. So in the water rescue area, we always talk about looking downstream, so looking where the water's flowing. And if you're going to report something, we want to know whether it's on river left or river right, so that we can plan our response. And to give you an idea about that, if you look here, if somebody said to us we're on the north side of the river, then clearly we're on this side of the river. But if they tell you they're on the north side of the river from here, then they're actually on the opposite side of the river. Both north side, that's a different response, because we may have to make a detour on a bridge 10 kilometres away. So understanding where things are on the river, we'd love to talk to your staff, particularly your field staff, about some of those things. Some of the other services that we can provide, audit and risk management services, particularly around your water response, aerodromes, things like that. And we run a comprehensive program for safe working around water for your field staff. So some of the things that we've spoken about today, we can come along, we do a 4-hour presentation, and we're more than happy to talk to people about staying safe. We would always talk to the particular organisation first, so we don't breach any of your policies or procedures, so it's again working with you. But we've had great feedback from the field staff who don't understand a lot about some of the power of water, etc. And that's me. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm mindful it is lunchtime. Other than that, thank you very much for having me along today.
Thank you, Trevor. Wonderful presentation. We already have a question from Slido, if you're happy to take a
Yeah,
question. Trevor, if soft road closures don't work, what's the solution? We live in an LGA where there are a lot of smaller rural roads and lanes affected by overland flow.
The solution obviously is harder barriers like concrete barriers, or a series of soft closures that cover the whole road from side to side rather than just your traditional road closed sign. Having some of those barriers, dare I say, roped together, so it's not as easy for people just to come up and pick them up and chuck them over to the side of the road. It needs to be something much more substantial than just 2 legs and a road closed sign.
Fantastic. If there are no other questions from the floor or Slido, what I'd like to suggest is that given the variability of our climate, we've seen recent floods, we've seen recent droughts, there's going to be more need for this kind of backup service. So please go and talk to the PSTR guys, and they're also, I just want to say thank you for your sponsorship, and also they're sponsoring our dinner tonight, so we'll hear a little bit more this evening. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's now time for lunch, but also talking about variability of climate, we're going to be hearing from Dr. David Post this afternoon about climate change and the impact it has on communities. So that's a nice little segue. Have a great lunch and see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Awesome.
Lunch is out in the exhibition space, ready to go. Can we do the bell, please? Welcome back. Just a quick couple of notices. As you have gone to the exhibition space, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but there's actually an art gallery. Murray Bridge has a beautiful art gallery that's attached to this part of this building. It's kind of behind me, and actually we're using part of the gallery space for our exhibition. And I've asked the gallery director to open the door, and so, for example, whilst you're out in the exhibition space, if you want a little bit of quiet space to go and chat, you're also welcome to go through to the art gallery and enjoy some of the things on display in the art gallery. So please take advantage of that. I'm sorry? I didn't say that, Ray. How could you possibly be bored when we're talking about water? So, some people have also asked me about this evening, so just so you know, we will conclude here around 5 o'clock. Dinner is from 6:30. It's going to be across the road at the Bridgewater Hotel. You can't miss it. I'm sure you've all seen a fairly tall hotel. It's probably the biggest thing in town. At the Bridgeport Hotel, and it's on the first floor. So as you go, you can either go the stairs or the lift. As you get out of the lift, you can't miss it. Instead of turning to the rooms, you turn left into the meeting room, and that's where gala dinner will be from 6:30 this evening. Drinks will be starting at 6:30, and dinner will be served from 7 o'clock. So we look forward to seeing you all at the gala dinner. If anyone's got any questions, just talk to me or my staff. Tim's out the front, so anyone needs any help. I mentioned before lunch that we're going to be talking about climate change and the impact it has. And it's my very great pleasure to introduce to you, and I'm sure you've met him in the past, Dr. David Post, to talk about the research to inform climate adaptation in the Murray-Darling Basin. David has been a research scientist with CSIRO since 1999, and his research interests focus broadly on the impacts of land use and climate change on water resources, as well as on the regionalisation of hydrologic response to ungauged areas. He has a PhD in resource management from the ANU, From 2012 to 2018, he led the Bioregional Assessment Program, investigating the impacts of coal seam gas and coal mining on water resources and water-dependent assets. Since 2020, he has led the CSIRO consortium delivering to the Murray-Darling Water and Environment Research Program. He's also the CSIRO Murray-Darling Basin Lead. And as you probably know, the MDA has a very strong partnership with CSIRO, so it's my very great pleasure to introduce you Dr. David Post. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mark, for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me back to the MDA conference. I did a quick interview for ABC Radio in Adelaide a couple of days ago, and they asked me about this conference and why I enjoyed it so much, and I said it was the diversity that you get at this conference. You get mayors and aldermen and deputy mayors from all across the basin, and some of them are irrigators, some of them are graziers, some of them are farmers, some of them are environmentalists. It's fantastic, and they've all got common interests, even though they've all got their own issues that they need to resolve. So that's one of the reasons I love being here. And I presented to you, probably so much the same people, in 2019 up in Toowoomba and 2021 in Wentworth. I look back at my slides after I pull them together, and I'm pleased to say that none of my slides are the same. I didn't do it deliberately. I just pulled together a presentation that I thought might interest you. And things have moved on since 2019 and 2021 in terms of the research, in terms of the issues we're grappling with in the Murray-Darling Basin. Of course, the science has moved on, but some of the issues remain the same and probably will do for the rest of my working career at least. So I'll be talking about some work that we're doing. So first of all, I'll give a quick recap. You know, we've heard this morning from a number of presenters about the issues related to climate change and reductions in water availability across the basin. I'll just put up some graphs and some slides to make that a bit clearer rather than just sort of waving my arms around. I promise I'll keep the number of equations to a minimum. I probably wouldn't understand most of them anyway. I've been off the front line of doing a lot of this research for a long time. I now head up this consortium, MDWERP. It's the Murray-Darling Water and Environment Research Program. It's a joint consortia working with the Murray-Darling Basin Authority to solve some of the issues in the basin. We're working in hydrology and climate adaptation, CSIRO with Deakin University and Alluvium. There's another consortia led by Nick Bond out of La Trobe University working with Griffith, looking at socio-economic outcomes and environmental outcomes. I won't cover that in this presentation. What I will attempt to cover, so figure out which way, there we go. All right, so very briefly, in terms of what changes we've seen to date in the Murray-Darling Basin in terms of rainfall and water availability, stream flow and runoff into the dams. What changes are we likely to see in the future? What's the latest science telling us about that? And you'll now see that the CMIP5 model, so coupled model intercomparison project, most of you probably heard about the work that goes on in terms of at the broader scale, of course, looking at climate change projections, and those are the fifth set of projections. The sixth set is now out, and I'll just talk you briefly through those and see what the changes are that the science has advanced there. What the impact of those changes may be in terms of water resources, particularly across the basin, and water availability, and I'll talk quite a bit about what research we're carrying out in this Murray-Darling Water and Environment Research Program to help understand those changes and to mitigate against them with some climate adaptation options. So here's a graph that probably many people have seen, or at least one looks very similar to that. So that's average mean temperature anomaly across the Murray-Darling Basin from 1910 to 2019, and yeah, the basin's warmed. You know, it's warmed in the past. It's going to keep warming into the future. Some of the changes we're seeing in terms of reductions in emissions may mitigate some of those changes, but we're locked into a warming future. Just on that front, the 1.5 degrees of climate change, I gave a presentation just a couple of weeks ago talking about the fact that we're probably going to pass that next year, and I see that that's been picked up by the media now. So 1.5 degrees, the global average will probably exceed that next year. There's a lot of reasons behind that. The El Nino that we're going into is one reason for it. It brings a lot of warm water from the Pacific. The summer we had in the Northern Hemisphere was the hottest on record, and there was also the Tongan volcano, which actually threw a lot of greenhouse gases. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapour, which climate change deniers keep telling me is responsible for everything. It isn't, but it is a very potent greenhouse gas, water vapour. And the amount of water vapour that was released by the Tongan volcano will mean that we're going to see a short-term pulse in warming, and it'll probably drive us past the 1.5 degree mark. It'll probably go down a bit after that, and whether we hit 2 degrees, I'm not sure. It might happen in my lifetime. If it doesn't, it'll probably happen soon thereafter. But yeah, we're locked into some changes that we're going to see across the board, across the whole planet. Interestingly, the Murray-Darling Basin's already warmed by about 1.5 degrees, so it's actually warmed a little bit more than average. Partly that's due to being in the mid-latitudes. There's a few other reasons for it as well, which I'm happy to talk to people about after this or tonight over dinner. And on the right there, you'll see the trend in mean annual rainfall from 1950 to 2020. Curiously enough, the southwest Western Australian trend doesn't show up so dramatically on there as it does elsewhere, but there's been a big reduction in rainfall across the east, the south and the southwest, and that again is likely to continue. What's that meant for MDB inflows? And I apologise, this is a few years old now, this diagram, but MDBA haven't actually updated their numbers since this was produced, so I haven't been able to get more recent numbers out of this, but you'll see the reduction in inflows. The average flow previously was about 11,000 gigalitres a year, and that's what most of our extractions and diversions were based on. Over the past 20 years or so, it's dropped to about 6,800 gigalitres. And even if we add in the last couple of years where we did have a couple of big events, which was great, you know, the land of droughts and flooding rains, even if you count that into account, it hasn't actually pulled up that average very much. And you'll see those red dots there represent the driest 10% of years, and you can certainly see a congregation of those towards the latter part of that record, you know, where the driest 10% of years on record have definitely been more common in the last 20 years than what they have been previously. I don't think I've got any paleoclimate slides in here, but if you look back into the past, you'll actually see that the Millennium Drought and the subsequent drought in the Northern Basin particularly was dramatic, and it's probably been estimated to be about a 1 in 1,000 year drought. It was actually a drier period than that. I think it was around the 10th century. So potentially, it's not the worst that we could see. We could see worse than that, and that's scary. If we get another drought that's as bad as the Millennium Drought and maybe lasts a couple more years longer, we're going to be trucking water into all sorts of places where people didn't think they would need to. Just to update the science a little bit, this is what I was talking about, the CMIP5 models and the CMIP6 models. You'll see there changes in rainfall on an annual basis across the Murray-Darling Basin, and then changes in summer and changes in winter. And the most dramatic thing you'll notice there is that the winter reductions in rainfall are likely to be greater than the summer reductions. We might even see some increases in summer rainfall if we're lucky because of more tropical effects. We've done a whole bunch of research looking at how the subtropical ridge is expanded, and it's making the winter storm tracks go further south and miss, unfortunately, the Murray-Darling Basin, but potentially could bring more tropical influences. And everybody's probably familiar now, we're seeing so much more moisture coming down from the tropics. Most of our rainfall now seems to be coming from the tropics, extending across Australia and bringing down those monsoonal lows and dumping rainfall on us, whereas previously we used to get a lot of rainfall from the cold fronts that swept through every winter. The other thing to notice from this is that there's not much difference between the CMIP5 and CMIP6 models, so I say the science is advanced. Yeah, I'd be quite worried if it changed dramatically, just because they used a new generation of climate models there. The one thing you will see is that the wetter projections are probably a little bit wetter, which is encouraging. The drier projections are about the same, so you know the median there down the middle of those two graphs indicates that overall we think it's likely to get drier across the basin, maybe a little wetter in summer, and certainly drier in winter. The wet extremes now are due to some of the climate models picking up some of the things I've spoken about, like changes in tropical influences, and potentially, you know, if we're lucky, we might get more rainfall in summer. It's going to mean managing water in a whole different way. You know, the whole water management in Victoria is predicated on emptying the dams out before winter so that they'd all refill during the winter flux. That may not be possible anymore. Maybe we need to consider how we're going to manage water differently. And that's one of the things we're hoping to do with this Murray-Darling Water and Environment Research Program, which I'll talk briefly through. What does that mean for runoff? It's much more important. If the rain changes, the runoff is going to change as well. So this is, under the dry extreme, that reduction in rainfall could have quite a dramatic influence on runoff. Around 40% less water running into the dams. That would be horrendous, to be honest. If that's a long-term average, it's going to be worse than that in the worst years and not as bad in the not-so-bad years. But even under the median projection, you can see the reductions there of about 10 to 20% will be dramatic in terms of water availability. I'll show a few slides as to what that might mean in a minute in terms of water available for allocations and diversions for the environment, but also for irrigators. And you see at the extreme there, well, yeah, if we're lucky, it might get a bit wetter, particularly across the northern basin. You'll see there, even in the southern basin, even under the wettest of extremes, you get a +4 there, and still dry parts in northern Victoria. That's because the 2-degree increase in temperature I'm talking about, 1.5 to 2 degrees, has a pretty big increase in potential evapotranspiration. I see there was a question about that earlier on Slido. And so, yeah, basically, even if the rainfall doesn't decrease, your runoff's going to decrease because of the increase in evapotranspiration that's occurring as a result of that temperature increase. And there's a whole bunch of science around what that's going to mean for the environment and what it's going to mean for plants, and are they going to evapotranspire more efficiently, and will there be more plant growth? We'll talk about that over a few beers over dinner, I think, if we get the chance. What does it mean in terms of water resources? So under the pre-basin plan, you'll see there the blue pie is the amount that was diverted for irrigation and for other uses, everything, town water supply, everything that people use it for in the basin. The green part of the pie there is the losses to evapotranspiration and end of system flows. Under the basin plan now, as Simon said earlier today, there's this pie which is now that held environmental water, which is that green slice of pie that's come out of the held diversions in terms of the water buybacks and so forth. And under climate change, you'll see the size of this is comparable with what the actual changes are likely to be. Under climate change, everything is going to reduce. Now, the question is how we actually deal with those reductions. Do we deal equally across the environment, across irrigators and so forth? And I'll talk about that a little bit later in terms of climate adaptation options. I'll try to leave a bit of time for questions as well. You'll see there the climate change impact on total inflow is about 18%. The way in which that's added up is that the held water isn't impacted as much because, of course, there's water in dams, and that water will still be in dams afterwards. So it's only about a 12% reduction in held water in dams, which unfortunately means that the water that's flowing down the streams naturally will decline even more. Now, of course, the basin's not a single entity. We heard about that this morning as well. These pies represent the southern basin and the northern basin under those same conditions in terms of pre-basin plan, the basin plan, and then with the impacts of climate change. So, of course, there's a lot less held environmental water, as Simon said, in the northern basin. There isn't the big dams there to capture a lot of the water. Much of the impact will be felt in the southern basin because there's a lot more water there. That's where most of our water comes from. But also the fact that the drying conditions are likely to be more extreme across southern New South Wales and Victoria than they're going to be across Queensland and northern New South Wales. What will that mean for water availability? So just two examples here from a study that we've been running at the moment as part of the MDWEP program. One for the Macquarie Basin in the north and one for the Goulburn Basin in the south. You can see there the allocations, the diversions for irrigation, for irrigated agriculture and for other uses under the basin plan there in blue, and how that's likely to change under climate change in red. So you'll see for the Macquarie, the wet years probably will still be about the same. If it's a wet year, you'll probably still get close to your full allocation as at the extreme left of the Macquarie slide there. In the dry years, it's going to get a lot worse. And in the Goulburn, as I say, there's a reduction probably right across the board. So even in the best years, you probably won't be able to divert as much water as what you were able to before the impacts of climate change become evident. I will skate quite briefly through these next few slides It's just to give you a flavour of what we're doing in the Murray-Darling Water and Environment Research Program. As I said, CSIRO is running a program, the theme related to climate adaptation, which really is what it's all about. How do we adapt to these changes, and how do we mitigate some of the negative impacts? Hydrology is one of those aspects, and then there's work being done on environmental outcomes, social, economic and cultural outcomes by La Trobe and Griffith University. It's a pretty big program, so just those two themes alone is about $11 million, 4-year research program. When I spoke to you 2 years ago, we'd only just started. Now we're actually well into it. I'll just very quickly go through some of the key outcomes in the last 2 years and where we're hoping to go in the next 2 years in terms of the research we're doing to try and understand the changes in the basin and what they might mean. There's some equations there which I won't talk about. The main output from this low flow prediction research that Russell Crosby is leading is this map of connectivity between groundwater and surface water. So which streams are gaining streams, which streams are losing streams, which streams change from gaining to losing depending on what time of the year it is and how wet it is, and how's that likely to change under climate change. That's some work that Russell's done, which I think is really useful. It's available out there. It's on the MDBA website, so it's available for anybody to use basically, and a lot of the stuff that I'm presenting here is the same. Floodplain inundation, so from one extreme of low flows to the high flows. We've produced this a series of maps which represent maximum floodplain extent for every 2 months for the period of record, which goes from about 1990 to the present. Some new work now is extending that to monthly inundation, and basically gives us an idea of which parts of the catchment are inundated at certain times, how long that inundation lasts, how that's likely to change into the future. The use of water forecasts, so Simon mentioned this morning the work in the Northern Basin. So one of the things we were doing there with TUO was trying to see whether or not the forecasts, because there isn't dams on a lot of the northern rivers, so can we use forecasts to actually improve the releases from other areas to meet them, to have them both coming together, as Simon was saying, in order to get your best outcome for the Narran Lakes. And similarly doing the same thing in the Southern Basin with the Ovens River in terms of keeping Lake Mulwala from flooding, but also keeping it high enough that irrigators can access the water when they need to. Groundwater use, and I apologise, there's a lot of things here. These slides will all be available to you. If you want to talk about any of them in detail, happy to do it after the talk, or if we have time for a couple of questions. Looking at groundwater use, and we're also looking at potential for managed aquifer recharge, as Minister Plibersek mentioned this morning. Which alluvial aquifers are most suited for managed aquifer recharge? Where are the hot spots at the moment? No surprise, the Namoi is a big hotspot. There's declining groundwater levels across the Namoi, has been for some time. The Murrumbidgee also. And some of those may be alleviated by actually managing the groundwater better and by recharging groundwater in times of plenty. We're also doing a study in the Northern Basin looking at how changing catchment conditions impact the runoff there. I won't talk about that in any detail either, but that's some really good work. And the Northern Basin is quite unique because it is much drier than the Southern Basin, so a lot less of your rainfall becomes stream flow in the Northern Basin. The other theme, foundational science, we're looking at some work that we did looking at farm dam impacts. Turns out if you don't account for farm dams, you're probably underestimating the impacts of climate change on reductions in water availability by about 3%, 2 to 3% on average across the basin. Obviously in catchments with a lot of farm dams, the impact is greater. Other catchments with very few farm dams, the impact will be a lot less. We're looking also at understanding bushfire impacts. They're probably not as great as we thought they were. It's probably the good news. Some research has been done by both us and by some experts in forestry, and basically, the large-scale impact of bushfires that we thought that you see from the Mountain Ash forest probably doesn't translate all that well to the rest of the basin, even if they're eucalypt forests. The reductions in flow are probably not as great as we had feared they might be. We're also developing this climate adaptation toolkit, which is going to be available, well, is available now for any other researchers to use. Basically bringing all these models and tools together in one place where people can access them and look at how they can be applied. Again, one of the examples of using that toolkit is in this Macquarie River catchment, where we're doing a case study looking at changes in flow on the Macquarie, as you saw from the previous slide that I put up, looking at adaptation options in the Macquarie, how water trading might impact on mitigating some of the impacts of climate change. And finally, synthesis and integration. We're working with traditional owners in the Macquarie through Phil Duncan, who's now at University of Canberra, and that engagement there, I think, is proving very profitable. It's only just begun. This is one of the projects that's just kicked off recently. I'll just finish up by saying that this was how the original basin plan was designed. Basically, they took some historical inflows which came from SARO, ran them through river system models. Actually, we ran them through because it was us that did it back in those days, in the MDBSY days. Developed some model outcomes and then made some estimates of what the social and economic impact of those changes might be, and an environmental flow assessment. The community engagement, as I'm sure everyone in this room is well aware, was pretty poor. I think even the MDBA would recognise that. One of the things we want to do is improve that community engagement by looking at potential adaptation options and how those adaptation options might help to mitigate some of these impacts of climate change that we're likely to see, and explicitly including the future climate and future inflows and future demands into the modelling. Of course, ultimately, it's a political decision, but we're hoping that that the work we're doing will at least provide some options and give the community particularly the ability to say, hey, what if we did this instead? What would the impact be? We can run those through these models and actually come up with some estimates. And I'll leave it there, and I'm sorry I've used most of my time, but if we have time for one or two questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the floor? Yes, at the back, please.
Hi David, Jamie Chaffey, Chair of Region 11 of the MDA. Thank you for your presentation. You talked during your presentation about how some of your current work and past work helps to inform the Basin Plan and will for the next version of the Basin Plan. Can you share with us your view on whether you think the next version of the Basin Plan will have further water recovery?
Yeah, so something I didn't mention is that we're currently negotiating a contract, finalising a contract with the Murray-Darling Basin Authority to run another sustainable yields project similar to what we did in the last one. They'll actually be running this one. We'll be providing the science input to it. Some of that science input will be what is shown there in orange, so looking at adaptation options, looking at what the future climate's likely to be and what the future demands are going to be, both from the environment and from irrigators. So our aspect of it, of course, is the research. We don't decide policy, of course, but the MDBA can say, these are the options we're considering, what would happen if we did this, and then we can answer those questions. I know that the MDBA are really keen on community engagement. I think they realised the first Basin Plan, they didn't have enough community engagement, and I think that's going to be a big difference. And I'm hoping that community engagement will allow the community to provide input into the process of, well, we're seeing these changes, what happens if we do this? What happens if we trade water from cotton growers to almond growers? What happens if we do the opposite? Yeah, those sorts of questions are the sorts of things we can answer. And I really do believe that the next Basin Plan process will be much better than the previous one.
I've got a question from the app. When you mention the impact of farm dams, does this include water runoffs not on watercourses?
So yes, it's the farm dams that, what people traditionally call farm dams. So we're not talking about off-stream water supply, water storages that occur from floodplain harvesting, for example. Those are a different kettle of fish. These are the farm dams that are typically used for stock and domestic purposes. Some of them are quite a bit bigger and are used for irrigation, and yeah, they intercept water coming off the landscape essentially, rather than being in a watercourse as such.
Any other final questions? Well, please join me in thanking David, and I'd like to present you with a small gift. We have a small gift of local produce, and it's at this point where I have to say I'm sorry, I completely forgot about the gifts. So Simon, if you're still in the room, and Daniel, please accept on our behalf my apologies. But we have a local gift of local produce to celebrate the fact that you were in this beautiful region of Murray Bridge. So thank you, David. Thank you, David. Really insightful. There was so much information provided. I've got a million questions, but I think David is joining us for the rest of the conference. So certainly at afternoon tea, at dinner, please take advantage. He's got a wealth of knowledge, and trying to understand how to minimise, how to close that gap between current projections and where we expect things to be. How do we kind of resolve that? And I think David's got some great insights, and it's always our pleasure to work with CSIRO. Now my very great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Nardine Kelly. So Nardine is an environmental engineer with a passion for water, the environment and sustainability. Nardine leads the Healthy Coorong Healthy Basin team with a wealth of experience in natural resource management, environmental flows, river health, hydrology, fish ecology, and river hydraulics. Nardine will be talking about the Coorong, its worldwide uniqueness, importance to the Murray-Darling Basin, and current ecological states and ongoing management actions. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nardine Kelly.
Thank you for having me. I'll just try and figure out the IT here. I assume it's this. Thank you. I'd just like to start by acknowledging the land that we're on today. It's Nurringerry land, and the area that I'm talking about, the Coorong, is on Nurringerry and also First Nations of the Southeast, so very important there. So my job today is to make you fall in love with the Coorong. So I'm just going to start with some beautiful photos here. Failing that, I'm hoping you're going to get an appreciation of the Coorong and how important it is to the whole basin. Failing that, I hope you stay awake after having a big lunch. Just keep that in mind. So when you think about the Coorong, what do you think about? If you're a birdo, I can tell you now, you'll be thinking about the birds. And pelicans are obviously very important, as is Mr. Percival. But there's a whole lot of other ecology going on as well. A lot of important fish species, other bird species, and it's also very important culturally to the Nurringerry and the First Nations of the Southeast, which I've also mentioned. Very important socially as well. So we've got a big tourism industry and a big fisheries industry, and all of these, Coorong supports all of them. But that's just coming from me. We've also asked the community, what makes the Coorong different? What's special about the Coorong to them? And there's one word that keeps coming up: unique. And it is a unique place. So I'm going to try and tell you why it's unique. This is a Coorong, and that's where the word Coorong comes from. It's a Nurringerry word, and it is, obviously, at the end of the Murray-Darling Basin system. I'll see if this speaker works. So, no pointer, that's all right. The Coorong is essentially a really large-scale coastal lagoon. We're talking 140 kilometres long. So we're talking an hour and a half drive as we drive all the way down there. It's got the North Lagoon and the South Lagoon separated by a narrow strip. There's about a 1 kilometre dune system on the Southern Ocean side, and that provides that really interesting environment where you've got that high energy environment on the ocean side, and then a lagoonal system on the, I guess, the northern side, the northeastern side. The hydrological inputs into the area are primarily through the River Murray. So the River Murray comes through, as most of you would know, goes through the lower lakes, and I think many of you actually went on a tour yesterday and saw the lower lakes. Now this, through the lower lakes, it goes through a series of barrages. We're talking, I think it was 7 kilometres worth of barrages built in the 1930s to separate the freshwater system from the marine environment. So that water then goes through the top of the Coorong there, as you can see, and it either goes through the Murray mouth or down through the Coorong. But it's a really long scale. It's a long area to get down to the bottom of the Coorong, particularly down to the Southern Ocean. So we've got some fresh water coming through the lakes, and we've also got some marine inputs coming through the Murray mouth. We also have a small input coming in from the southeast, the Salt Creek area, and that's what I've pointed out down there. This provides quite an interesting system. Don't be too scared about the complicated graphs, but you've already seen a talk with lots of complicated graphs. There's a few things I want to point out here. We often refer to the Coorong as a reverse estuary. but I've decided it's actually an inverse estuary. When you think about an estuary, you often think it goes from a marine environment to a freshwater environment. This actually starts as the fresh area, being the marine area, and as it goes down, we're going from a salty environment right down to about 3 to 4 times the salinity of salt water down the bottom of the South Lagoon. This provides quite an interesting environment for all the plants and animals. And what I'm trying to show you here with the graphs, the circles and the dots next to it, is the abundance of fish that's shown by the size of the graph, and the diversity is shown by the different colours within there. So you can see the South Lagoon has quite a diversity, quite high abundance of fish, and also benthic invertebrates. And then the southern, we start to really get down to almost just one species and a much less abundance. And that's all to do with that really hypersaline environment. So I'll say it again, it's about 3 to 4 times salinity of salt water down the bottom of the South Lagoon. But it is also quite an amazing place. It is a Ramsar listed site, along with the lower lakes, the Coorong lower lakes and Murray Mouth area is a Ramsar site. It meets 8 out of the 9 criteria, and this is primarily because of the birds. Huge populations of birds that come and regularly visit. The important part here I want to tell you about the Coorong, though, for the rest of the basin, is how it interacts with the rest of the basin during different times and different periods, during drought periods, during flood periods. So while the site itself meets the Ramsar criteria, and there are a number of Ramsar sites throughout the whole Murray-Darling Basin, during the 2008 drought, and I always got to get this one right, the Icon site held 24 more times water birds than the 5 other Icon sites together. 24 more times birds than the 5 other Icon sites together. Because it has these marine inputs, it can provide habitat at other times of year, other times of period, not times of year, I guess, but during droughts and other times, which can't be provided during the rest of the Murray-Darling Basin. So the rest of the Murray-Darling Basin really does need the Coorong to be in a state that can provide the birds habitat, particularly when they can't function. They're complementary systems. So it's very important we look at everything as a whole. So where does the water come from? So to give you an idea what the state of the Coorong is now, though, is to start and look at, you're going to see this graph a few times, so start getting your head around it right now. We've got an annual flow through the barrages there from 1975 to 2022. It doesn't include the last flood. What I want to point out here is obviously the variability, and then those two, and also you can see clearly the millennium drought years as well. We've got the mean regulation and the pre-regulation mean discharge. So we're looking at about 12,500 gigs a year. And we've got down there the post-regulation mean discharge. This means, you obviously can see the difference there, but the key point here is that all the salt that would normally exit out through those high discharge areas is not being exited through or exported through the Murray Mouth. So the Basin Plan has a target of exporting 2 million tonnes a year of salt. This has not been achieved. Since 2011, only met this target once, otherwise it's like 15 to 70% of the target. So all the salt that's supposed to be exported is not getting exported. This is also all the nutrients that are supposed to be exported not getting exported. This impacts not only the Coorong, but it starts to show a symptom of what it means for the rest of the basin as well. By not keeping the water going through the Murray Mouth, we're not only not exporting salt, not exporting nutrients, we're not providing an avenue for diadromous fish species, for example, to move through the system. Now, if you can't move through the system from the Murray Mouth, you're not going to have those species throughout the rest of the basin either. So the Murray Mouth has been kept open through dredging, but it's needed to be dredged, as most people would know, for most of the time for the last 20 years. So the point is, what has been happening to all this salt and all these nutrients for the last few years? Well, because of the unique system that the Coorong is, a lot of it has been ending up in the Coorong. So therefore we've got a highly saline, highly nutrient-rich area, and we get things like, well, high algae growth throughout the Coorong, and one of my favourite words ever, ooze, monosulfidic black ooze, where all the nutrients are landing in the sediment and decomposing. Clearly, this is not a habitat for fish or birds. Neither can use those habitats as a happy habitat. So what I want to show here, and we can prove that because we've got 30% drop in bird numbers since 1985, and some fish species have dropped by 90%. But the key point here is we're not exporting the salt, we're not exporting the nutrients, and the Coorong really is a sentinel change. So what's happening in the Coorong does affect the rest of the basin. It's not all doom and gloom though. Obviously, most of you would have heard of the Living Murray and the Coorong being the Coorong Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth being one of the 6 icon sites. Clearly, the focus of the Living Murray for the past 20 years has been water for environment, ecological monitoring, First Nations partnerships, and community engagement. What I want to highlight here is how critical the water for environment has been, particularly over the last 10 years. So between 2018 and 2021, more than 90% of the flows through the barrage was water for the environment. That's keeping the Coorong on life support. That's keeping that habitat availability, the salt being exported, the nutrients being exported as a trickle, and providing that habitat for birds and fish, but creating an environment that's going to complement the rest of the basin. Recognising the degraded state of the Coorong Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth area, has been a lot of work over the last 20 years. One major project, well, massive collection of projects, should I say, is, for example, the Klim Recovery Project. Most of you might have heard over the past 20 years. That as part of the project, there was a number of sub-projects, one being the Klim Re-Veg Project, which had 5 million plants of over 200 different species across 72 different sites planted throughout the terrestrial zone of the Coorong and Lower Lakes. But then also looking at the aquatic zone. So Rupiah, and you can see that photo there, someone holding a big bag of sediment. Rupiah, which is one of the most keystone species, aquatic plant species within the Coorong area. Rupiah was translocated from a donor site in an innovative experimental way because we weren't sure how you actually translocate aquatic plants, to 7 different sites across 62 hectares of the Coorong. This involved moving 500 tonnes of seed-bearing sediment, which you can see someone doing there. We've also heard of the importance of fishways. So those barrages, and for those people who managed to go on the study tour, I think you went over a barrage yesterday. 6 fishways were built on all the different barrages across there, and that's really trying to make sure that the connection I spoke about before between the fresh water and the marine for fish is available, even at lower flows, and it's about how we use that trickle or that really important water for environment most effectively and most efficiently. The other major project to come out of the Klim Recovery was the South East Flows Restoration Project. So before, when I showed you the map of the Coorong, there's a direct freshwater input from the South East Flows Restoration Project, which come from the southeast, and it's a direct input of freshwater flows right into the bottom of the South Lagoon. So these have all had a positive effect on the Coorong, an awesome positive effect, but we still are in a degraded state within the Coorong. Recognising this, and recognising again that the Coorong really is a canary in the gold mine, coal mine, not the gold mine, I guess you could be both, but canary in the coal mine, the Sentinel of Change, the Healthy Coorong Healthy Basin program came out of the Klim Recovery Project and has been running for around 4 years. And I'm going to quickly recap what's been happening for the last 4 years during Phase 0 and Phase 1. The key component, the key focus of Healthy Coorong really is improving the ecology, knowledge and management of the Coorong with a focus of the South Lagoon. Again, because if you're looking at the health, if the health of the South Lagoon improves, you're improving the health of the whole system. So I'm going to go through some of the key highlights of what we have been doing over the last 4 years. And I'm going to start with I guess a simple one in some ways, and that's the Water Resource Optimisation Project. What we've managed to do is try and use the water that we do receive, the water from environment, most efficiently and effectively. And that's through, as some people would have heard about yesterday, how the barrages are operated. Where the water goes, how it goes either through the mouth or how it goes through the North Lagoon and then through the Southern Lagoon. And helping that, obviously, is all the monitoring data we have, the telemetry monitoring data that anyone can access. So that's why I'm going to highlight this here. You can go down onto that website there and anyone can see the different salinities, the different water levels throughout both the North Lagoon and South Lagoon. And if you like data like me, you can have fun playing with it. There was also a massive scientific investigations and trials project. The key component of this is because the Coorong, particularly the South Lagoon, is such a unique system, we have to make sure we really understand how it works before we look at how we can change things or change the different management actions or build some large-scale infrastructure. So the scientific trials and investigations was a massive $10.9 million investigation across using over 90 scientists, which is quite phenomenal to try and herd that many scientists in one spot. But with the really focus on how that science can be used for management actions. And I think you're going to hear from Alec later on, or from Goida, who managed to pull it all through together, and it's been recognised in national awards as well. And I'll proudly also say it's also been summarised. I don't know how you summarise $10 million worth into one document, but we have. It's also publicly available on the internet, and I've also got some hard copies out the front. And if that's not enough, and you want to get to sleep, if you want to have a nice rest, there's plenty available on the internet. So we've made sure everything that we do is publicly available as well. And it keeps going because there was a lot of research, which provides us with an awesome foundation going forward. We've also had a very strong component, as I've mentioned before, of a cultural investment because it's such an important area. So First Nations research and partnerships, and this is with Ngarrindjeri and the First Nations of the South East. I won't go, obviously, too detailed into the slides, but it's to highlight that both groups are important and that we need to have that understanding going forward, and every step that we do is to make sure that the First Nations people are part of the process, and part of the process of any management actions we have going forward. So there's been partnerships, there's also been a research project, and again, all of this is available on the internet. We've had the foundational work, we've changed some operations, we've worked with First Nations, we've worked with the community, but we also obviously wanted to do some on-ground action and some on-ground action soon. So we've also been focusing on what we're calling the Regional Bird Refugia Project. This is trying to say, well, we need the Coorong for birds. The Murray-Darling Basin needs the Coorong for birds, particularly during drought years. Now, if that's not available because of the degraded site, where are they going to go? So these projects have been looking at creating infrastructure in local wetlands, so in Tolderol, Turingin, Lake Walden North, as you can see, to massively increase the available habitat for shorebirds. So that's being able to manipulate the water levels in those areas to create that sort of 10 centimetres that they need. So that will be happening soon. We're very excited about that finally actually getting off the ground, literally. We've also heard, of course, what everyone might be thinking at this stage is, so what happened to the Coorong? We've all been talking about the drought years up to 2022, and I've shown you this graph before. So what happened during the flood? I'll put it in comparison. So the flood that came through, the 2023 flood, is comparable to the 1970s flood at the barrages. It wasn't in other places, but I'm just saying at the barrages it was. So it was greater than the pre-regulation mean discharge, but not necessarily significantly so. I'm going to start with a cool picture though, because I always like pictures, but really what it does highlight is how far this fresh water went. So all the barrages were open by this stage, or 593 gates have been opened by this stage, and you can see bottom left corner there, the plume going out right into the ocean. And with that much water coming in, it really does start to impact the North Lagoon and the South Lagoon. We're getting circulation right down through all of that area, which doesn't happen at lower flows. I'll start with the impact of the Murray Mouth. The Murray Mouth, which I've already mentioned, has needed dredging for the last 20 years, most of the time, got to about 15 metres deep, which is quite impressive. And this new dredge that the South Australian Government had commissioned didn't need to be going out there. However, once the flow stops, it starts to fill out again, so that's happening then too. But interestingly, down in the South Lagoon, where I've already mentioned it was 3 to 4 times, whereas on average, 3 to 4 times the salinity of salt water, this graph, which I hope you can see, shows that it's gone up went from about 100 grams per litre right down to 50. So we're looking at sort of 2 times salt water then, which has created a beautiful environment for particularly, and what we did see was a lot of rupia, so that's a picture in the background, rupia and other aquatic species flourishing right down into South Lagoon, which they cannot survive at those really high levels. So we saw a response. Well, the science has told us that when we drop the salinities, we're going to get a response, and here we can actually see it in action. It was actually really cool. Similarly, we saw with fish, species that were normally confined to the North Lagoon or the north of the North Lagoon, like greenback flounder, and macroinvertebrates, which in the Coorong are really important because they move the sediment, the sediment around, and they start to get rid of all the nutrients that get stuck in the sediment. They moved further south and south and south as well. The story was slightly different, however, for birds. And this is how the Coorong and the Murray and the whole basin, I guess, interact. Because there were higher water levels, it was a flood time, those mud flats that a lot of the birds used were flooded out. But also, they had other places to go. So the bird numbers were the lowest. So while the habitat during the flood was flooded out, and some of the nesting for the fairy terns were flooded out, we know the birds were elsewhere, and that we have now created the conditions moving forward that the birds can come back to. Interestingly, apparently there was a really big pelican feeding event though because of all the fish, and they were loving life. But I guess I'm trying to say here is that bird numbers do move around, and it will depend on environmental conditions both within the Coorong and the basin as a whole. So where do we want to go to? So I can tell you through the science and all the monitoring we're doing that we are hyper-eutrophic. We're in a really nutrient-rich environment. It is to do with the way that the unique system works. And because we're not getting those flows down the river, we've got low connectivity and low flushing. The water comes through, goes down the Coorong, and there's nowhere for it to go. And this has created those extended hypersalinity areas, which has created, as I've shown you, poor habitat quality and the monophyletic black oozes and the algae and the declining populations. The recent flood, which has been awesome to see, has been significant flows and short-term positive responses, has reset the system, but it's not going to fix the system. And what it has shown us is that the water the ecology of the system can respond to that water. But where do we want to go to? So this is a lot of work we've been talking about, is this desired state. We're not going to go back to 200 years ago where it was a freshwater system. We're not going to go back there, but we do want a system that can put up with the droughts and the floods and have that habitat for the birds. That means that they can come and go from the Coorong and we can support the rest of the Coorong. So we do want improved connectivity and flushing. We do want to get rid of a lot of those nutrients. We do want to, it's fine being hypersaline, but that sort of extreme hypersaline, nothing can really survive in that. We do want the habitat quality improved, so that's water and sediment and resilient food webs. And also, it's really important that we increase the ability to connect with country for Ngarrindjeri and First Nations of the South East, so they can share and care for their Ngāchis and Buatis. When we're talking as something big scale as the Coorong, we're also going to have to think of some really big scale ideas. So part of the Healthy Coorong, Healthy Basin project has been looking at what we're calling the Southern Ocean Connector. it went through quite a large-scale process to get to the point, but the key point that this has been looking at is to connect the Coorong to the Southern Ocean. The primary underlying behind this is to export those nutrients and the salinity out of the system. We've come up with a number of different options. There's some circulation, there's a pumping the water out of the Coorong South Lagoon through to the Southern Ocean. There's pumping the water in to the Coorong from the Southern Ocean, because although it kind of sounds weird, it actually decreases the salinity when you put salt water in there. The key point there is having that connection through, quite likely, a large pipe, the Southern Ocean and the Coorong South Lagoon. And considering how we actually work within the Coorong itself and potentially dredging. All this, again, is available on the internet and the Coorong Infrastructure Investigations Feasibility Report, which you can see up there. So we need to look at these large-scale solutions for this large-scale area, because it's large-scale, it's grand, but we have to think about it when we're looking at something that large, really. So moving forward, we have started to develop, as we work through to the next phase of the Healthy Coorong, Healthy Basin, we've try to consolidate all the information about where we are now and where we want to go in the Coorong Restoration Roadmap. And we're trying to set some, I guess, overarching principles that we can stick to every time we look at a new management action or a new idea comes through. These are, of course, based on restoration actions, continuous community and First Nations engagement, continuous monitoring and evaluation, and some ongoing adaptive management. And that's going to be guiding us as the Healthy Coorong, Healthy Basin project continues. So, I hope I've managed to convince you that the Coorong is very important to the rest of the basin. It really is that complementary habitat, and whatever happens down in the Coorong is really a reflection of the rest of the basin. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave you with pretty pictures and hope I've entertained you for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. We've got time for a couple of questions if there's any from the floor, but in the meantime, through the app, we've said one of the first questions is, how much water would need to be recovered from the southeast limestone coast, in other words, outside the basin, for sufficient fresh water to reach the Coorong South Lagoon?
At the moment, the Southeast Flows Restoration Project delivers up to 29 gigalitres straight into the South Lagoon. There has been another project, the Southeast Flows Augmentation Project, that did look at how we could potentially deliver more. That was found to be unfeasible, though, because of the scale of the work needed from the southeast into the Coorong, which doesn't completely answer the question because I can't give a gigalitre figure to whoever that person is. But essentially, we have investigated that as an option, and the next project after the one that has already been done has been found to not deliver enough water for the business case doesn't stack up at this stage.
Thanks, Nadine. What is the quantum of water held via the Living Murray initiative? Is this accounted as part of the MDB plan accounting?
I think that's a question for the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, to be honest.
Okay, I'll let them take it up with Simon. Is that
Someone
Claire?
else might be able to answer that.
Claire, great question, Claire. Maybe I'll introduce you. Simon can maybe... there are people online, so I'll need to... If you want to ask the question, I'll get a microphone to you.
So the Living Murray, from memory, is around 500 gigalitres long-term annual average in that particular bucket, and it is accounted for within the basin plan's baseline diversion limit, so it does not count towards the basin plan's recovery targets.
There you go.
Okay, maybe Simon can take that up later over dinner or something. In the meantime, thank you, Claire, for the question. Pre and post regulation, what date is that referring to?
I think it's before 1900, so the modelling that has been done pre-1900 and then post-1900 once extraction started and regulation of the river occurred.
Thank you.
Based on my previous.
And David Post is asking, how much of the Coorong's issues come from reduced flows in the Murray compared to local inflows from the local region?
So most of the flows have always been from the Coorong. By local flows, David, I can't see, there's not much terrestrial input at all. The catchment is so flat, there's not a lot. There was, I'd say, a greater input from the southeast than there is now. So quite a big input from the southeast now. But the majority, we can still confidently say, came through the mouth, through the river, through that area.
Thank you. And final question is, how much of the South Lagoon's water historically came down a hard left turn, all those kilometres from the lower lakes, and how much from southeast aquifers?
Well, I think that's the same question almost. Yes, most of it was still through the river, although there was a large input from the southeast. And I guess the key point here is that our understanding has increased to pretty much say the Coorong coastal lagoons were freshwater lagoons. They are now not, they're hypersaline. They still can be ecologically functioning in that hypersaline. It's when you start hitting the extreme hypersaline and the extreme hypereutrophic that they don't function. So it's not trying to create that freshwater system, it is trying to create an ecological resilient system.
Please join me in thanking Dr. Nadine Kelly. A gift of our appreciation. Local produce. Yeah. Thanks, Nadine. Thank you. Our next speaker, before afternoon tea, gives me great pleasure to introduce the Shadow Water Minister for New South Wales, Stephanie Cook. Now, Stephanie is actually not here in the room, but she's ready online because she had a very unfortunate accident, which maybe I'll let her elaborate on further. So she really made every effort to be with us in person, but she's dialing in, and I think she might be in her office in Cootamundra or somewhere. Yes, she's nodding. So she's coming into us from Cootamundra, and you'll see her on screen in a moment. Steph Cook entered the New South Wales Parliament in 2017. Since then, Steph has served in several roles, including as Minister for Emergency Services and Resilience, Minister for Flood Recovery, Parliamentary Secretary for Regional Health, Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Premier and the Nationals Whip. Steph has also been a member of a number of parliamentary committees relating to areas including regional development, community services, electoral matters, law and safety, and coercive control. Steph was appointed New South Wales Shadow Minister in May this year and is committed to working with parliamentary colleagues on all sides, along with stakeholders, to progress issues of concern relating to water safety, supply and security across regional and metropolitan areas of the state. Steph will use the MDA conference as an opportunity to speak on recent developments regarding the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and will outline her concerns with changes to the agreement between New South Wales and the Commonwealth and the need for a bipartisan approach that addresses the requirements of all stakeholders. Please join me in welcoming Shadow Water Minister for New South Wales, Stephanie Cook. And welcome, Stephanie. Sorry, just a moment, Stephanie, we've got an audio. We've got an audio issue. I'll just try and solve that. Have we got sound yet? Okay, let's try again.
I can hear you.
Thank you, fantastic, welcome.
Lovely. Oh, that's wonderful. And apologies for everyone in the room. You've had me larger than life if I was there with you at the moment. And to that end, can I say how sorry I am not to have been able to join you in person. 3 weeks ago, I fractured my pelvis and it's been an
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and thank you for your insights. We do have time for a couple of questions. I don't think she's still with us. Yes, despite this display, I can still see her on screen. So she's still with us, and I think she can see the room. I think, yes, she can see the room. So if there are any questions from the floor or questions on the app, happy to. Here's a question. We've got a question from through the app. What is the quantum? I'm sorry, that's no. No. Any questions from the floor? No. Any questions on the app? No. Stephanie, I think you've really confounded them, so thank you for your insights. I think you've really touched on a lot of key things. One of the key things about our theme today is about collaboration, partnership through collaboration across the basin. You've talked about the importance of the basin, both inside and outside, and how the Murray-Darling Basin can relate to the rest of Australia and vice versa. So I thank you for your comments, and thank you for dialing in. Sorry you couldn't be with us, but we look forward to engaging with you in the near future.
And likewise, and thank you once again for having me with you today under these circumstances. And I wish all of the delegates and everyone involved in this conference all the very best for the remaining day or so that you have. And I do look forward to more fruitful engagement over the days, weeks and months ahead, whilst ever I have the great honour and privilege of having this shadow portfolio. So thank you so much for today and enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you so much for joining us. See you soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are spot on time, so thank you for your attention so far. Afternoon tea will be served in the same space. Take advantage of talking to our sponsors and exhibitors. You can go through to the art gallery if you like, and I'll see you back here at 3:30. We've still got some great speakers to look forward to. So see you at 3:30. Thank you. Matt, are you able to do the bells in the, to bring people in, the chimes or whatever it is? Thanks, Matt. Good afternoon and welcome back. We're on the home stretch for today. We've heard from some great speakers this afternoon, all through the day, but we have 3 more great speakers before we close for dinner. It's my very great pleasure to introduce our next speaker to talk about well-being, resilience and livability in the Murray-Darling Basin, in particular looking at the findings of the 2022-23 Regional Wellbeing Survey. Our speaker is Dr. Jackie Schirmer. Professor Schirmer is jointly appointed in the Health Research Institute and Centre for Change Governance and is chair of the University of Canberra's Climate Change Adaptation and Resilience Research Network. She leads the Regional Wellbeing Survey, examining the views of 15,000 rural, regional and urban Australians about the livability and resilience in their community and their own wellbeing and resilience. Please join me in welcoming Jackie Schirmer.
Thanks, Mark. All right, so wellbeing, resilience and livability. Why am I talking about it? I'm talking about it because all day we've been talking about things like the need to adapt to climate change. We've heard from people saying that we may have catastrophic consequences for communities from future water buybacks. All of those things are based on the idea that we might get some change in quality of life in our communities. And one of the challenges we have still across Australia is that it's very easy for people to make a lot of claims about how our well-being is changing, how our communities are changing, and often they don't back it up with very much evidence, dare I say. So I'll talk a bit about what we do to try and do a bit more of an evidence-based look at wellbeing, resilience and livability, and take a bit of a look at how things are looking across the basin. Which one do I click for this one? There we go. Okay, this has become even more important since we've seen the Australian Treasury in July launch their Measuring What Matters framework. Hands up if you've heard of it. Yeah, not very many. Okay, this is Australia's first national wellbeing framework, and Treasury has actually come out with quite a good framework that does really well in following some of what we've seen as emerging international best practice understanding of what it means to live well through your life and what it means to have a healthy and sustainable community. So they've talked about the fact that we should be measuring how healthy we are, how secure we are, how sustainable we are, how cohesive our societies are. The only challenge with their framework was that when they released it in July, they released it with a set of data that was roundly criticised. A lot of their indicators, the most recent data they had was from 2018, before our current cost of living challenges. And if you were from a regional community, you were out of luck, because most of the data never went below state level. So yet again, we're seeing this challenge that for regional Australia, we do see a lack of data letting us say what's happening across often very diverse communities. So this is where some of the work my group comes in, and there's a lot of other groups across the country doing similar work. We're trying to actually fill that data gap, and my particular area is through the Regional Wellbeing Survey. We've been going since 2013. I think this is my 4th time talking to this conference, and it's really exciting to be back. There's a few of you who may remember earlier talks. And we are a survey of Australians where we try and flip things. Instead of having surveys that collect a lot of data from people living in big cities and hardly any from regional areas, we collect most of our data from people living in regional areas. And we do compare it to a smaller sample of city people. And each year we include a pretty reasonable sample of basin residents. We'd always like it to be a lot bigger than it is, but it's between 4,000 and 6,500 people a year, which is sadly better than most surveys in Australia do. I'd love to see that get to 20,000, frankly, to be able to actually reflect the diversity that's in the basin. Over the years, we've done a lot of work looking at water reform. So I've given a few examples of our reports here. I won't go into detail on them, but if you go to our website, you can actually download quite a number of reports looking at things like how do farmers cope with drought? What works better? What doesn't? How are people going in terms of health and safety in the agricultural workforce? We've also produced a lot of data that's informed things, for example, the Sefton Review. A lot of our data went into that, and we produced reports that were used by the committee for that review. So this is just an example of some of the work we produced for the Sefton Review, where we were looking at overall community wellbeing and how it mapped compared to the regional Australian average across the basin. Red there is below the average, and the lightest yellow colour is above the average. This was as of about 2016 though, so this is now quite out of date. We've also done a lot of work, I'll skip through this one, a lot of work looking at in which ways a basin community is doing better on average and poorer than average. And we've found out things consistently. Basin communities have better social connection than a lot of other regional Australian communities. And that's an incredible strength of basin communities, and it goes right across the basin. A lot of the time we don't see one result for the whole Murray-Darling Basin. We see, hundreds of communities that are each very different. But on a few things, there's a lot of similarity, and it's really relevant to talk about when we're talking about partnership and collaboration. But we do see challenges, particularly in areas that are more remote in the basin, with poorer economy and poorer than average access to services and infrastructure, even compared to other parts of regional Australia. Once you get outside the major towns and centres, that access to services and infrastructure tends to be poor, and I'm talking health services, telecommunications, things like that. Those are real challenges for the basin. Okay, now I won't go into detail, but if those who have a particular interest in particular aspects of water reform, we do have reports on our website looking at things like assessments of the impacts of the past decade of investment in on and off farm irrigation infrastructure modernisation. How do farmers experience that? What have been the changes on their farms if they received grants? Things like that. We go into painful detail about that. There is a lot of evidence out there. We've also got things like surveys that asked New South Wales water licence holders their views about water regulation. This is just one example up on the screen talking about whether people feel water regulations and laws are able to be easily understood or are too complicated. And one of the common themes that's come out is a challenge for people saying, well, we want to comply, but it is actually sometimes really hard to know if you are complying, particularly in parts of the Northern Basin. We've also done work for the ACCC Water Market Inquiry, but what I want to talk about today is what's happening more generally with wellbeing, livability and resilience, because you're hearing a lot about the water side of things. If we want to understand how communities navigate challenges, whether it's COVID-19, whether it's floods in the last few years, whether it's changing water reform settings, we really need to understand how are our communities starting out? Are they in a good position to be able to actually cope and adapt? Because when we're not generally going okay, it makes it harder to cope with any change, whatever it is. So the impacts of water reform, it's not a case of this will be good or bad, it's a case of what else is going on that makes it harder to cope with that or easier to cope with that. In a community which has had 10 major negative events impacted in the last few years, it will be a lot harder to manage that next challenge. In one where things are going pretty well, it's probably actually pretty easy to cope with it. So we need to actually understand that context. I will be using the most recent regional wellbeing survey for this. It had a sample size of just over 16,000 across Australia, 11,500 of those living outside major cities and just under 5,000 in the basin. So I'll start with a picture of what regional Australia looks like at the moment. So this data was collected earlier this year. It's only a few months old. This is how people were feeling around May, June. And we've got 14 dimensions of wellbeing, resilience and livability here. Yellow means things are pretty good. You can see the two real strengths across all of regional Australia. People's personal social networks and their community social networks, they're still pretty good strengths, although COVID has really challenged them. We have seen declines in the number of people who are regularly volunteering in a lot of regional communities, for example. So that, while it looks really strong there are some threats to it despite that strength remaining. We're seeing overall household financial wellbeing sort of on the edge. Cost of living challenges, most people are still coping okay, some aren't. So that's why it's in the light yellow. Community confidence and pride, most people love their communities. And they continue to, but they're starting to worry about their future. And a lot of the others you'll see are in red, or a mix of red to yellow, which means that it just varies so much that it's hard to give one answer for regional Australia. Things like livability and amenity, we have communities in Australia where less than 10% of people living there say they like the community they live in. But in most, it's more than 80%. Things like jobs, business and economy, a really mixed bag across regional Australia at the moment. Some going great guns, some really struggling. In a lot of communities, the issue is not having enough jobs, it's having too few people to actually be able to do the jobs. So jobs, business and economy, we're seeing really different challenges than we've seen. Safety and crime varies. But the two really big ones that stand out as problems wherever you are in regional Australia, whether it's in the basin or outside, housing and cost of living, and services and infrastructure. These remain such critical issues, and I think sometimes we forget how central they are to the future of our communities. So I'm going to talk about three aspects of this. I'm going to talk a bit more about livability and wellbeing, a bit more about confidence in the future, and then I'm going to talk about how are communities in the basin feeling about drought and disaster resilience and recovery at the moment. Okay, and I'm going to go through this pretty fast because there's often a key message on a slide. I'm happy to email these slides to anyone who wants a copy, but I think at this time of day you need people moving through pretty quickly so you can get to dinner. But I'll just start with what makes a community livable. So we've done this a few times in a survey. We asked people, the last time you moved, how important were a range of different things to the decision that you made about where you moved to? And I'm not talking about moving house within a community, I'm talking about moving between communities. By far the most important things were the attractiveness of the local landscape and surrounds, affordability of housing and availability of housing. And coming in at number 4 is being able to get to a job in a reasonable distance. So availability of jobs matters, but it's about can you actually drive to a place where there's available jobs? You don't have to have the job right on your doorstep, but you want it pretty close. Things like distance to health and related services, they're important decision points for 44% of people who are moving to different regional communities. Crime rates are important for a third, and we're seeing risk of disasters. When we started asking these questions, about 10% of people were thinking about risk of disaster when they made their decisions. That's now up to 35%. So that's coming up through the ranks pretty quickly. So bearing that in mind, we need to understand how are people finding their community as a place to live, because even if there's jobs available, it has to be a good place to live for you to actually be willing to go there. So the good news is 86% of people living in the basin say their community is a great place to live. There are exceptions, there's always exceptions, but the general theme is most people do feel their community in the basin is a great place to live. It's actually slightly above the regional Australian average. A bit lower in the Victorian basin, which is interesting, but only very slightly. It's not particularly significant. What about recommending your community to others as a good place to live? People tend to drop a bit. They might say, oh, look, I find a great place. Yeah, would I recommend it to other people? So this tends to be a good one for sort of sorting out, the people who feel loyal about their community versus those who genuinely think it's a great place to live. That drops to 72% in regional Australia. Basin's higher at 77%, but New South Wales Northern Basin, that's where we see a bit lower confidence in being willing to recommend your community to others as a good place to live, and to a limited extent the Victorian Basin. And it hasn't changed too much over the years. We talk a lot about change, we talk a lot about things are different in the basin to outside. I would ask people to challenge that assumption a bit. There's a lot we can do within and outside the basin in collaboration to address common problems that exist across all. There's attractive natural places. This is a huge strength of regional Australia in general. 84% of people think that's great. We do, however, see an increase in the proportion of people with low personal well-being in the last year. And this is across Australia. We do have two parts of the basin where there's a higher proportion of people who have what we call low personal well-being. That means a level of personal well-being low enough to be associated with poorer life outcomes. Things like a shorter lifespan, more time spent ill, less quality of life. And that's the New South Wales Northern Basin and the South Australian Basin. It's not a huge difference, but it is there, and it's been there for a few years now. But the reason we saw a rise in low well-being was because of the impacts of that rising cost of living. And that rising cost of living is occurring not because of changes in water reform at the moment. It is occurring across multiple countries, and it's having an impact on many populations, and we need to be not sheeting that all back to water reform, but recognising that this has society-wide impacts, and we have some really complex things contributing to rising cost of living, including massive disruption of supply chain networks during COVID that have had knock-on effects, challenges with labour costs, challenges with labour availability, and yes, increasing numbers of extreme weather events that are causing a lot of pressure on food supply chains as one of many factors affecting cost of living. When we think about cost of living, just to give you a sense, if we ask people to what extent is lack of affordable and quality housing a problem in your community, 56% say it's a really big problem. This isn't just the ones who say it's a moderate problem, they say it's a really big one. Same in the basin, same outside the basin. And when we think about just how significant the current cost of living crisis is, 77% of regional Australians say in the last 12 months, the household expenses increase more rapidly than their income. We have never seen that many people, nothing even close to it. The closest we've gotten before is 25% saying that. This is the first year where it's been 3/4, so this is a nationwide issue, and in the basin as well. That plays out in different ways for different people. So, for example, 37% of households have had difficulty affording the groceries they normally buy in the last 12 months. So that's a pretty big impact. But interestingly, an even larger impact is reduction in social interaction. 42% of people across regional Australia have cancelled a social event because they needed to save money. That's actually really critical in regional communities where we rely on people getting together to maintain community spirit in particular. So that's a real concern. And the last one I'll show, we actually have about 15 dimensions of this. 26% of people across regional Australia stopped or reduced their insurance coverage in the last year because they had difficulty affording it. Now that reflects two things. One is their income isn't going up as fast as all their expenses. The other is that one of those rising expenses is insurance. And this obviously plays into issues of disaster resilience when we're expecting more frequent, more intense natural hazard events, floods, bushfires. We need people maintaining their insurance coverage, but we're seeing this intersection where the cost of living crisis is actually reducing disaster resilience. And I think we sometimes don't realise how much those things do intersect and affect each other. Okay, I'll skip that one. Okay. A lot of people, one of the biggest considerations of where they live is whether it's safe. In the basin, we often don't talk about safety as a livability issue, but it really is in parts of the basin, particularly in the Queensland parts and New South Wales Northern Basin, where we're significantly below the Australian average in terms of the proportion of people who find their community a safe place to live. And it varies a lot more if you go down to individual local government areas. So when we're thinking about managing future livability and securing the future of our communities, we need to think just as much about addressing safety issues and crime issues as we do about how do we make sure we continue using water well, how do we manage changing water inflows from climate change. They're all really important issues. Okay. So I'm getting there. Good access to general health services. Since we began this survey, it's barely improved, and in some communities it's gone backwards. So we've got 41% of regional Australians say they've got good access to general health services. Now, it looks really good in the Queensland Basin. It's up to 54%. That's all the people living around Toowoomba. It's not the people living in the west, just to be very, very clear about this. Same in the New South Wales Northern Basin. It's more on the eastern side where you've got bigger population centres. It's not out west. If I break those two and do an east-west divide, you get very different pictures. So we are not managing to address the ongoing chronic lack of access to health services of regional Australians. We've spent a decade identifying that it's a problem. We are still not, but we're getting somewhere with telehealth, but we're not getting far enough. And we've got a few more issues. So 24% of people report they've got, I've got good access to a tradie if I need one. 24%. And that's delaying a lot of things like disaster resilience and repair work, because you want to, say, do some renos to your house to make it more resilient to storms. You've got a challenge. You probably have a long wait for a tradie to be able to actually do some of those works. Things like that are causing bottlenecks in things like adaptation to climate change, adaptation to the effects of increasing disaster events that we are expecting. So there's some of the challenges we need to address if we want to do good climate change adaptation. From the human community perspective, we need really good access to tradies in our regional communities. Okay, mobile phone reception has actually improved in the last decade, would you believe? When we started the survey, I think it was 21% of regional Australians said they had good mobile phone reception in their community. We're now at 43%, but New South Wales Northern Basin hasn't kept up with the rest. High-speed, reliable internet, you need it as a base for any kind of work, business, accessing administrative systems, applying for government support. 41% of regional Australians have good access. That is, by the way, going up really fast since Starlink launched. So we're expecting to see even more change in that over the next couple of years. So hopefully that starts to be a step change, because that actually unlocks a lot of job and employment opportunities that a lot of communities haven't had before because they've effectively been locked out of our online economy. So that is needed if we want to maintain good futures for communities. All right, and fresh fruit and vegetables, 2/3 of regional Australians have good access, and that is not a supply issue in terms of how much is grown in Australia, it's a delivery issue in terms of how much makes it to communities in a way where it's affordable and still fresh when it gets there. Okay, I'm going to skip a few, and I'll skip these as well. Let's talk about confidence in the future and disaster resilience for the last few minutes of me talking. So across regional Australia, 70% of people still feel pretty confident their community has a bright future, and a lot of people assume that the last decade of challenges means that we've seen a huge decline in that. We absolutely haven't. It's come down from 75% to 70%. Most people still feel pretty confident in their future, which is great. It's a little bit higher in the basin. And it goes up and down a bit. When we've had a recent big disaster, we actually do see that take a knock for a year or two, but then it usually comes back up. So I think we need to be careful. It's not all doom and gloom out there. People are feeling they can adapt and manage challenges despite some of the doom and gloom I was just talking about. They're feeling pretty resilient in a lot of cases, but there's things we can do to help. So, for example, regional Australia, 71% of people feel their community copes pretty well when faced with challenges. In the basin, that's actually higher at 74%. And that reflects that we're used to dealing with really high climatic variability. But there is a difference. If you're in a community where there's been 3 or more major natural hazard events, I'm talking drought, fire, flood, in the last 5 years, that's where we see a big decline in confidence for a lot of communities. The increasing frequency and intensity of disasters is leading to some change in this. And that brings me on to climate change. So back in 2014, about 55% of basin residents said that they were pretty confident that human use of fossil fuels was changing the climate. That's now up to 67%. So we do have a fairly strong consensus about that. And the other 1/3 aren't saying, no, it's not. A lot of them are saying, I'm not really sure yet, I'm sitting on the fence. A lot of people think that climate change will make life more difficult. Bad spelling mistake from me there. But we do see most people acknowledging climate change will make life more difficult. Not everybody, but there is that level of consensus about that emerging that makes action possible for a lot of communities that wasn't really possible 15 years ago, when I think there was a lot more debate in basin communities about this. Where we lack confidence, both in Australia in general and in the basin, is in feeling the community is well placed to cope with the impacts of climate change, such as an increase in extreme weather events. Only 28% of regional Australians are feeling confident about that. So we're at that stage now where people are wanting to think about, how do we adapt, how do we change, how can we live our lives a bit differently so that we can stay living in these places we love and we can do well when these extreme weather events hit. But they're feeling like not quite sure if we're there yet in terms of knowing how to do it. What's positive though, when we ask people who experienced a major disaster within the last 5 years, if they feel they've pretty much recovered, and here I'm talking about only those who were materially impacted by disaster in the form of losing a significant proportion of their income for a period of time, property damage or personal injury. Within 3 to 4 years, 80% feel pretty well recovered. We often don't hear that story. We need to hear it more. We are actually doing pretty well at supporting the majority of people to recover well from disasters. But we are seeing this challenge that the next disaster's coming along pretty quickly, and we're seeing a mismatch between our traditional models of disaster support and people's recovery timeframes. So we've done several projects now where we're looking at how long does it take for people to recover when they're materially impacted by a flood or a fire or a drought. It is typically 3 to 5 years if you've had big impacts. And increasingly, people aren't getting enough time to recover. So we're seeing particularly, this is just asking about, are you experiencing ongoing impacts from floods? And you'll notice it says 2017 to 2021. That's deliberate. We've excluded the people in the last year experiencing floods and said, what's the long-term impacts you're still experiencing from earlier ones? Because we know those join together with what you've more recently experienced. And you can see there's quite a lot of people who are impacted who aren't quite there yet. They're still experiencing some ongoing impacts. It's similar for drought. We do see quite the impacts of drought. We get that green drought after drought. When you've gone into debt, when your business has been struggling, it takes 2 or 3 good years to get back on track. So how do we help people navigate cumulative disasters during that event? Well, that time is really important. Okay, so we are seeing about half of people saying if another disaster occurred, I'm going to have difficulty coping with it. Well, we've got about half who are pretty confident they can deal with another thing being thrown their way. It's 50-50 at the moment, which I don't know if that's better than people think it might be or worse, but people are feeling on the edge. Okay, and this is where our work's looking a lot at how do we actually improve things like ability to access insurance? How do we encourage people to think in a cost of living crisis about not reducing their insurance coverage and hoping that a fire doesn't come along before they manage to get it back up there? Because we've got 70% of people saying it's really important to make sure you've got insurance against extreme weather events, but we've got that 26% who've actually reduced their coverage in the last year, and a lot of that 26% also say it's really important to have insurance. How can we help them be better covered? How can we help them do better in terms of being able to afford the level of insurance coverage they'd like to have? So for example, we have about 80% of people saying, look, I'm happy to do work around my place to reduce my risk, but I need to know what it is and I need insurance companies to come on board and be willing to give me reduced insurance premiums if I can show that I've actually reduced the vulnerability of my home and property to these events. Those are the sorts of things we need to think about as we're heading into a climate change future. How do we actually help people reduce their risk, reduce increased cost of insurance so that they can maintain the insurance, so that we get into a positive outcome rather than a spiral where someone gets a negative impact to their house, they can't quite repair it, they can't afford the insurance, so the next time they're even worse off. We want the positive spiral. There's lots of things that can be done there. Okay, now I'll just talk about 2 more things and then I'll finish up. The first is that we do need to change our models of disaster recovery. So at the moment, we had a talk earlier today that mentioned we are relying on volunteers a lot of the time, and we need to sometimes reduce that. Our data absolutely supports that. Traditional reliance on volunteers isn't working as well as it should anymore because we have too frequent disasters for that to work. So the more we can get that shared responsibility model where it doesn't all land on volunteers and also it doesn't all land on government, everyone's sharing a bit, the better we can do. Because we've got 67% of people in the Victorian Basin saying that many people are experiencing fatigue and burnout from working to support those impacted by disasters. They're now going into that next challenging season. How do we make sure we support them? How can we reduce that burden so they're still able to volunteer and support and not getting overwhelmed by it is really critical going into a climate challenged future. All right. So I'll finish up there, but I will just leave you with one thing. In November this year, we're doing another survey. Now, I've barely talked about water. We are doing a survey in November this year, which is actually joining together various research organisations, including parts of CSIRO, a number of universities, and asking basin communities about their community conditions and how those conditions change when water availability and quality changes. Please keep an eye out for it, and if you're asked to participate, we'd really appreciate you doing it, because we will be able to then come back next year and talk about variation across the basin. How are people feeling about the security of their water supply into the future and the future of their livelihoods? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackie. We do have time for a couple of questions. Are there any questions from the floor, or I'll check the app? Any questions from the floor? One question that did pop up, Jackie, is you talked about the volunteering and the fact that it was impacted during COVID. Is there any reason why it didn't come back post-COVID?
It's interesting. We're seeing, and this is in both urban and regional communities, since coming back from COVID, it's kind of like we all don't cope as well with the multiple overlapping things. Who's feeling busier than they ever did before COVID? Hands up? Yep, me too. It's like everything got a bit of a reset, and I'm not sure. We've sort of been talking to people about, is it that you're actually busier? Is it that we live differently in COVID? But there is a bit of a complex mix of things. So volunteering is also being affected by rising insurance costs, which is making it harder, and the bar is getting higher for people to be able to volunteer. You've got more compliance courses, you've got more checks. To run a volunteer organisation actually is getting genuinely harder in terms of red tape. That's part of the story, but it's not all of it. So yeah, it's interesting. And at the same time we had COVID, we had COVID off the back of a lot of drought, black summer, floods. That's also been impacting volunteering, because we've got that burnout happening for a lot of volunteers.
Any other questions? Yes, in the middle, I think. Is that Michael?
I appreciate Michael Scott, Region 6. The challenges that there are for emergency services and the provision of those services on an extended period. I think rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, when a state of disaster is declared and the recovery or the combat phase goes on for an extended time, that particularly with the Commonwealth funding a disaster, that those volunteers that are already there, that are already trained and are competent, should be able to, or one way of combating it would be to give them a wage commensurate with the work they're doing, so that they can afford. A lot of the cases is that they just cannot afford. They use up their annual leave to go and do some of these major jobs, and they can't afford to stay on. But if in the case of a disaster being declared, the funding would be there from the Commonwealth, and you could continue those people working on, and they could live a normal life doing counter-disaster work rather than a normal job. And it could be like the old National Service, that if they go away to do that, their job should still be there when they get back. It could be engineered to work.
Absolutely, and there is a lot of discussion around that. And also around the challenge that increasingly we're seeing multiple communities affected at once, which means the traditional sort of model of every RFS goes to the community where the fire isn't working as well. How do we change that? But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It isn't about throw away the model, it's about adapt the model. You're right, yeah.
Well, please join me in thanking Jackie. Token of our appreciation. Local produce. Not at all, not at all. We've got time. Our next speaker is Dr. Alec Rolston, Director of the Goyder Institute for Water Research. Alec has been appointed Director of the Goyder Institute for Water Research. The Institute's management board made this appointment after a wide national search for candidates. He has wide experience in water research and management in both Australia and Ireland. Working at the Research Policy Interface has been a core function of his work over the past 15 years. ensuring that management decision-making is supported by the best available knowledge. To tell us more about the Goyder Institute, please welcome Dr. Alec Ralston.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I get started, I'd just like to acknowledge the Ngarrindjeri Nation upon whose lands we're meeting today, and all of the First Nations upon which the Goyder Institute undertakes its bodies of work. My presentation today is a bit in two parts. Firstly, I'm going to introduce to you the Goyder Institute for Water Research, and then secondly, talk further about the Coorong, Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth region, which you've heard a little bit about today already. But the theme of today is about collaboration and partnerships, and that really is the fundamental aspects of what the Goyder Institute aims to achieve, because we are a collaborative partnership in ourselves. Our partners include the South Australian Government through the Department for Environment and Water, the CSIRO, and the 3 South Australian universities, so University of South Australia, University of Adelaide and Flinders University. And what we do is work with end users to understand where their challenges lie around water. The broad brush of water. We work around urban water, environmental water, groundwater, delivery of water to remote communities for drinking water. All aspects of water falls within the remit of the Goyder Institute for Water Research. And we work with these end users to understand where those challenges lie. And then from our partners, we draw together multidisciplinary teams to work and address those challenges and provide and create knowledge to find solutions. So we are a collaborative one-stop shop to identify, develop and adopt those solutions. We're a trusted broker for scoping collaborative interdisciplinary teams and projects, and we have access to many world-leading experts in the water realm. We bring those strengths together of our partners and our collaborators to deliver these high-performing interdisciplinary teams, and we facilitate the adoption of that knowledge through this demand-driven research, and critically, we involve end users in the design and the delivery of our bodies of work. And what do? We create impact. We deliver that demand-driven research. We collaborate through these interdisciplinary and multi-organisational teams. We build capacity and capability amongst our partners, but also within our collaborators. We develop innovative tools, solutions, and knowledge to address challenges. And critically, we communicate to different audiences. So it's not just end users that are involved in learning from our knowledge. It's about broader community and broader perspectives that need to know the science and knowledge that we are creating. So we bring different people together. Government agencies, research partners, industry, community, Indigenous parties, for example. And we bring that knowledge sharing to inform decision making. Now, quite often, when you're developing research projects, you have a research program start, the scope has been developed previously. The research is undertaken, the research program ends, and a technical report is delivered. But that's not how we at the Institute works. We embed our end user groups into the co-development of our research design. And we embed them in the co-delivery of the body of work. And the reason being is that during that period of time, there are multiple decision points during the term of the research that information and knowledge is needed to inform that decision-making process. So by embedding the end users in that design process, we can understand when and where those decision points are coming and what information is needed to inform those decisions, to make sure that those decisions are underpinned by the best available knowledge at that time. And what that means is, by the time the research program ends, we're able to produce multiple outputs that can then be communicated to a broader audience. So that's the Goyder Institute for Water Research. We have a history of delivering multiple different projects across the water realm. We've been established since 2010, and since 2020 we've been building a more national profile and international profile in delivering bodies of works. But today I'm going to talk about a body of work that we're now undertaking within the Coorong, Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth region, which you've heard about throughout the day. Now, the Goyder Institute has a long history of undertaking work in the region, and for me professionally and personally, it's of huge importance. I started working in the region back in 2006 as a young postdoctoral researcher. At that point in time, my work was supposed to be documenting the impact of water flows from the River Murray across the barrages. But that was during the height of the Millennium Drought, when the Coorong and Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth region was undergoing significant environmental and social change. And what we ended up doing was documenting the decline of this critical system. While I'm not going to talk more about why and the fundamentals of what the Coorong and Lower Lakes region is all about, I just want to highlight it's the only place in the 1 million square kilometre of Murray-Darling Basin where the river meets the sea. It's the only place in the basin where there is an exchange of marine, estuarine and fresh water. It's the only place in the basin that has such incredible First Nations connections to this meeting of the waters. It's of significant cultural importance. The creation story of the Ngarrindjeri people talks about Narundri, their creator, moving through the lower River Murray, chasing a Murray cod, whose swishes of the tail creates the lower Murray bends in the river, who sits in the Coorong. And it also addresses climate change in the region, because they talk about Narundri then walking across to what is now Kangaroo Island at a time when sea levels weren't as high. So we can learn a lot from First Nations perspectives in the region and understanding what changes they have seen and how changes into the future are going to need to be addressed to make sure we can create a more resilient system at the bottom of our 1 million square kilometre basin. Back in October of last year, Minister Plibersek announced that a new water research hub will harness First Nations and community input and improve scientific knowledge to better manage the internationally significant Coorong, Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth region. $8 million worth of funding has been provided by the Australian government for the Goyder Institute to work with communities and investigate the impacts of climate change within the region. And this has followed significant advocacy from Rebecca Sharkey MP and the local community representatives. What will this new research centre be? Well, the critical part of our work will be to develop relationships with the First Nations and communities and industries to harness ideas to improve management of this important area. Now, critically, this is a different model to what has previously gone on in undertaking scientific research in the region. This isn't a solely top-down model where the research is being predefined. What we're doing is working with communities and First Nations to hear their priorities, to hear their perspectives, to understand what knowledge they need to make their decisions under a changing climate into the future. Critically, this is a regionally based hub. We have a strong regional presence. I'll show you our team that's just being assembled at the moment. They're all local to the region, and having that local focus is going to be critically important for building the momentum of the science and the knowledge that's going to be created through this work. The scope is a little bit different from what's gone previously as well. Nadine earlier spoke about the Healthy Coorong, Healthy Basin program that the Goyder Institute was helping to implement around the trials and investigations scientific research. That was focused solely on the Coorong South Lagoon, but the geographical scope of this new research centre is the adjoining River Murray, where it joins the lower lakes themselves, the Coorong lagoons, the Murray Mouth, and the marine environment, and the Young Husband Peninsula as well, that separates the Coorong from the sea. But also, from our work previously, we've shown the vital importance of fringing wetlands around the region that sit outside of the Ramsar boundary, but are absolutely critical habitats for migratory birds and water birds in the region, and provide significant ecological and cultural value and social value to the region. So they're included our geographical scope as well. The funding terms from 2022 through to 2026, but we entered our establishment phase on the 1st of July of this year, so we're only new, we've only been going a few months, but we've already been starting to make inroads into our connectivity in the region. In terms of our objectives, that provision of critical knowledge for decision making is at the core. Making sure the desired ecological outcomes of the basin plan are met, and that the international obligations such as Ramsar are also met. but also to support community and First Nations well-being. The First Nations are so intrinsically connected to their environment. Nadine spoke earlier about the Coorong and Lower Lakes region being a sentinel of change within the basin. If the Coorong and Lower Lakes is in poor health, then the First Nations groups consider their well-being to be impacted as well. And if this region is in poor environmental health, it's an indicator that something isn't quite right around water delivery into the system. So if we're able to further understand how climate change is going to be impacting the region, and it will be through likely reduced freshwater flows into the Murray through sea level rise, over the next 50 to 100 years, there's going to be some significant changes within this region. So how are the community and First Nations going to be able to adapt to that? That is what we're going to be looking at through this research centre. And in doing so, we'll be able to enhance the prosperity and capacity and capability of First Nations and community in the region by embedding community and First Nations into the bodies of work that we do. The First Nations leading on specific projects to increase their capacity so that we can inspire the next generation who will be the ones that are addressing the climate change that is approaching the region. And to enhance the standing of the region, not just nationally within the basin, not just promoting the values and the special location that this region is within the Murray-Darling Basin, Australia, but establishing the region as a leader in the creation and integration and adoption of the scientific knowledge, the knowledge of First Nations and communities and governance and researchers to bring together that collaborative partnership to make sure that the Clim region is a leader in that area moving forwards. So what are we going to be delivering? The science program, as I've mentioned, we will be putting together interdisciplinary teams of institute partners, bringing together First Nations representatives, locally based service providers, community members, collaborators, government agencies, the list goes on. There's many people involved in this kind of work. As I mentioned, it's a bit of a different model to what's gone before. The research program hasn't yet been defined. We need to bring these people together to understand what the priorities are and how we can work together to really inform decision making on a local, basin and national scale for this region. Through previous community engagement, there's been a number of themes that have been identified as priorities. Ecosystem services delivered by the region, threatened species, climate mitigation and climate adaptation. So they're the themes that we're going to be taking to the community to understand where they wish greater information to be provided. But critically, this isn't just going to be about environmental research, socio and economic aspects and how business and industry are going to be impacted by climate change and what they need to do to adapt into the future is going to be critical as well. We have 11 foundation projects that are in various stages of development. These are going to be less than 1 year in duration. And the aim of these is to inform a longer-term research program that we'll be delivering. And these have been identified through previous community consultation as well. I'm not going to go through that list, but a number of them, blue carbon, climate adaptation, citizen science, but making sure that any citizen science programs have an impact. It's not just creating knowledge for the sake of creating knowledge. But delivering science is one part of it. Engagement and training is another critical aspect of our research centre. One of the ways that we're going to be sharing our knowledge and information is through a new augmented reality program, enhancing appreciation and understanding of the region's value for visitors that are able to come to our centre, but also having an online presence so that people further up the basin can go onto our platform and explore themselves and hear about the values of the region and understand why the Coorong and Lower Lakes is such critical importance within the basin. And here we can see that's our new science program manager, Nick, with his new favourite toy. That's an augmented sandbox where you can adjust and create sand within there. It's a map of the Coorong overlaid on it. You can then overlay how changes in topography can impact on things within the region. What will happen if you have reduced flows coming down the Murray, overlaying maps of salinity and where salinity hotspots will be and how the South Lagoon may change if we increase flows from Salt Creek that Nadine was talking about as well. This is an incredibly interactive tool where we're going to be engaging school children, locals, visitors in the region. And then we have Our school education program as well. So going out and engaging with schools within and outside the region, again, to try and inspire the next generation to be involved in their local environment, their local community. And again, they're going to be the ones that are dealing with climate change into the future. So how can they further understand the change that's coming to their region? And to have that place-based learning that's aligned to the Centre's science program. And the critical aspect of all of this is that it's locally based and locally led. This is our research team. This is our team rather, not research team. So we have Nick, our science program manager, Jane, our centre manager, and Nathan, our First Nations engagement officer. He's a Ngarrindjeri Boandik man with family connections through the Ngarrindjeri and First Nations of South East. We're also bringing on board a communications and engagement person. They'll be in place in the next couple of weeks. We've only been established for 3 months, but during that time we've been working hard. We've been establishing our local connections with First Nations, community groups and individuals, government agencies, local authorities, research scientists, industry and business representatives. We've been developing those relationships and importantly managing expectations of what we're going to be able to achieve within the research centre. Understanding what priority areas there are within the region for us to work on. But what's been really clear as we've been undertaking these engagements is making time to talk. And there's a word there that's missing from this slide, listening. Hearing local perspectives, understanding the change that people have had throughout their lifetime currently, what their fears are for the future, what climate change is going to be doing to the region, and how they and the next generations are going to be able to change and adapt to what's coming. So that's the Goyder Institute and our research centre. I've whizzed through that very quickly. I've got some contact details up there. Please feel free to get in touch, have a chat with me after this if you wish. I'm more than happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Please accept this on behalf of the MDA, local produce. Thank you, Alec. In the interest of time, we'd better keep moving, but thank you so much for helping us to understand what the Goyder Institute represents and the research that you're doing. So thank you very much. Would help if I brought my paperwork with me. We've had a great day of speakers, but I'm particularly excited about Professor Mike Stewardson presenting to us about One Basin CRC. You've heard a lot about CRCs, cooperative research centres, and I think I'm really excited to partner with One Basin CRC. Professor Mike Stewardson is the CEO for One Basin CRC. He's had a 30-year career in water resources research and research translation. He has led many interdisciplinary research projects in river and water science and advises government, including his current membership of the MDBA's Advisory Committee on Social, Environmental and Environmental Science. Please join me in welcoming Mike Stewardson to talk about this One Basin CRC and the progress they're making.
Thanks, Mark, and I'm pleased to acknowledge that I'm talking on Ngarrindjeri land and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. So this is the third time I've had a chance to talk to this important group about the One Basin CRC, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to come back and give an update on what we've been doing. The first time was actually before we were funded. That was in Wentworth, and then in Albury last year when we were just starting, and now we're 1 year in, so we're a bit more progressed, and I'm pleased to be able to give you an update. And hopefully it won't take too long. You might even get out of here a bit early and to a drink. So our vision, I want to talk a little bit more firstly about what the CRC is, because there's probably some of you who haven't heard the presentation before, but just to give you an update on where we're at. So our vision as a CRC is that Australia's irrigation regions are the most productive, sustainable and resilient in the world, and we bring people together, recognising there's a lot of fragmentation across the basin in different ways, bring people together to grow value from water in a changing world. One Basin, a CRC essentially is a co-funded R&D facility. There's a grant from the government. There's about 2 or 3 CRCs funded each year. and our partners co-invest in the CRC to support it. And we've got 85 partners. It's a big partnership. We've put a lot of effort into engaging with our partners and making sure they're heavily engaged in the CRC. And the partners come from across the ag, water, technology, community, environmental sectors. We've got a number of research agencies involved, including the Goyder Institute is an important partner in South Australia, and some of the South Australian research organisations within Goyder, including CSIRO, University of Adelaide and Flinders University. SARDI is also a partner, and the Australian Wine Research Institute, and we've got a number of other universities from across the basin also involved. We've got a number of local governments who are also part of the CRC, so I'm very pleased to have Murray-Darling Association as a partner and an ability to represent the broader group of local governments, but also we've got some other specific local government organisations who have chosen to partner with us as well. We have a significant physical presence in the basin, a commitment to being, most of our staff and PhD students will be located in the basin, and we're focusing in 4 locations. Loxton, Mildura, Griffith and Goondiwindi. We'll have people elsewhere, but they're the main locations. We'd love to have more hubs of activity, but these are the most we can support with the funding that we have available at the moment. I should say what those hubs will look like and how they're being established is research staff, a hub manager that's from the region, and a regional advisory committee that has a sort of a governance role drawn from the region to oversee the priorities of the work that's focused, that's undertaken in that region as well. We've got some of those, we've got all 4 of the regional advisory committees are now established, and the regional hub manager appointments are being made. Okay, and as with ALEC, we've got a focus on First Nations engagement as a critical part of our CRC, building relationships, being respectful of First Nations perspectives, and building opportunities for First Nations into the work of the CRC. The governance arrangements specifically set up, so the CRC is an incorporated organisation, so we're a not-for-profit charity, and we've got an independent skills-based board. We've set up the governance specifically so there's a loud voice for regional communities in the work and the governance of the CRC. So the regional advisory committees directly report up to the board, as well as our partner forum that has the voice of our partners going directly to the board in terms of prioritising our project activities. Okay, so that's really what the CRC is. It gives you a broad picture of the shape of it. It's a 10-year activity. We're now 1 year in, so we've got 9 years left. We've got 85 partners. So it's quite a job to marshal our forces and work out what we're going to focus on. We spent the first year doing this sort of planning activity around our programs. The challenge for us is 85 partners, put a fixed budget envelope, limited, a broad set of skills and capabilities, but they're also limits to what we've got available within our partnership, and we've got some commitments to the Commonwealth. So we had to take those constraints and spend a year working out what we were going to focus our efforts on. With this sort of valuable opportunity for R&D that can underpin regional areas across the basin. We took a slow and steady approach to this with 3 stages: identifying the key challenges faced by our partners in the regions, working out the focus areas that we would work on to address those challenges, and then co-designing projects within those focus areas. So I was going to quickly run through those 3 steps and where we landed. So firstly, the challenges that we would work on. And we had workshops across the basin, we had various online meetings and surveys, and it was a heavily consultative process that we ran to work out what our partner priorities were. The 4 challenges that were identified by our partners, and there's probably no surprises here for this group in the room. Building capacity to respond to climate change together, and we heard from Jackie earlier about the large numbers of people who feel both there's difficulties emerging as a result of climate change, but also ill-equipped to handle those difficulties. creating value from digital technologies to support the irrigated agricultural sector, enhancing water supply systems to deliver from multiple uses to do more with less, and realising value from within rural industries and communities. These were the 4 challenges that were identified. We also asked our partners to say where would they like their investment in the CRC to be prioritised across those 4 areas, and we've made a commitment to invest in projects to respect those partner interests, and those percentages reflects the interests of our partners. Having gone through that process, we then spent the first part of this calendar year developing up our focus areas that we would work on. Again, a heavily consultative process. I won't go through the details for you now, but we went through quite a careful process to identify priority areas for working on each of those challenges. And I've deliberately made this small, so don't feel annoyed that I've got small font here. There's 24 focus areas that we came up with across those 4 challenges. I'll just keep going. One of the things we did feel was when we came up with 24, it's a few too many, so we've actually gone to some effort to chunk those into a smaller number, and we've now got 12 projects that are being co-designed by our project teams. We've gone through this process of project co-design, similar to what Alec was talking about for his hub, which has allowed all our partners to kind of find a place in the CRC, in projects that they are particularly interested in. And it's been heavily led by our partners in terms of what these projects might look like, bringing in the researchers to bring in that sort of research expertise to design those projects. So where we're up to then is we've got 9 projects which have already commenced. They're contracted and underway. 10 project proposals already submitted and waiting for approval. 6 PhD projects awarded to students and 12 more just been advertised. So we've committed around $16 million worth of funding in cash and matching in kind, and most of that will be spent in regional areas across the basin. So the project portfolio as it emerges looks a bit like this, and I'll describe this to you rather than going through the details. So we've got 3 main areas of work. One is the technology and opportunity area. We've identified a bunch of things we can do, clever things we can do to make more from the available water effectively. So this includes water banking, so pumping water into aquifers and then accessing it later on in a drier period when the water is needed. Digital irrigation technology, so there's plenty of irrigation technologies that are available to drive water efficiencies in irrigation districts that aren't being adopted, or they're being adopted at low rates. How can we support better adoption of those technologies? Minimising evaporation from storages, which is quite a big issue, particularly in the north of the basin. And accessing brackish groundwater and using that brackish groundwater for irrigation uses, and minimising the cost in the disposal of the waste brine from those systems. So there's a number of things we've identified in that area. A lot of those technologies have been around for a while, but they need to take the next step. There's some barrier, some challenge, often around demonstration or demonstrating the business case for those technologies. So we have a bunch of projects where we're working on in that space. We also acknowledge that it's the significant investments required to implement these solutions need to be made under uncertainty of the climate future. So how do you make decisions around investing in these solutions? We don't quite know how they're going to perform under what the future climate's going to look like. So we have another bunch of projects which is really around supporting better decision making under an uncertain climate future, and we've got a number of projects in that area. And they again have a strong case study focus. So we've got a case study here in the Riverland, for example, and another one in northeastern Victoria, working in that space. And then the third project is our enablers. So recognising that, again, many solutions are actually already available, and the frustration is that they're not being deployed. So what are the barriers to their deployment, and what can be done to enable their deployment? So we have projects looking at financial incentives, leadership, governance arrangements, education and training, and other things to support application of these solutions to drive benefits across irrigation regions. So that's really the shape of our portfolio as it's emerging, the sort of technology solutions, support to be more confident to invest in these solutions, to build confidence around adopting them, and then looking at the enablers to support their deployment at scale. We've got a strong focus not just at doing the research, we want to see it deployed at scale across the Murray-Darling Basin at least, if not further afield across Australia. All right. So just to finish off we've recently had our annual meeting. I was pleased to have Mark participating in that meeting. And really the CRC, the One Basin CRC, I mean, a key contribution of what we're doing is our projects and the outputs from our projects and the benefits those project outputs can provide for the basin. But we're also building a partnership that spans the whole basin, that links researchers to end users, that links government into those discussions, that brings technology companies, the environment, First Nations into those partnerships as well. So we're also very much focused on building collaboration, and we spent a significant part of our annual event focusing on the challenges of collaboration and what it means to collaborate well. And I think that will be one of the lasting legacies of the CRC, is building strong research partnerships that can be sustained through our regional hubs. I would love to think that the regional hubs that we establish over the next 10 years would have a longer life beyond the CRC and might actually gain some traction elsewhere in the Murray-Darling Basin and beyond. And that's a legacy that the CRC provides, is that sort of improved research collaborations and the benefits that comes with that. But I'll finish up there, Mark. Thanks very much again for the opportunity. I should say, this is my last slide, was an invitation. You can sign up to our newsletter if you want to hear more about what we're doing. I've got the website here. And also you can engage with us via the Murray-Darling Association. If there's sort of shared challenges across local governments that are within our remit, and that's somewhere at the intersection between agriculture, regional development and water and environment, where there's a research challenge in that space, then we're very happy to have discussions around that and how we can support those challenges.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions from the floor? There's one on Slido saying, what is the acronym CRC?
Oh, okay. So CRC is Cooperative Research Centre. So the Cooperative Research Centre program is run by the Commonwealth, runs out of the Department of Industry. It's a program which actually has survived a remarkable length of time. I did my PhD at the start of my career in the early 90s in a CRC, and it brings researchers and industry and government together on national challenges.
Please accept our token of our appreciation, Mike. Thank you so much.
No worries. Cheers.
Thank you. I think we've had so much content today, everyone's a little fatigued, but thank you to Alec, thank you to Mike, and also thank you to Jackie if she's still in the room. I think really some interesting content. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions to discuss with them afterwards. Thank you. It's been a wonderful day. The feedback has been fantastic. Thank you everyone for being here. Now it's time for dinner. Well, not quite. 6:30 over at the Bridgeport Hotel, Level 1. We look forward to seeing you at 6:30 for drinks, 7 o'clock dinner. Hope to see you there. Good night and see you tomorrow.